Well, Proteus, I think you were first, but only in the sense that it's you, about 10,000 bots, and then I've left the window open overnight. So technically I was here first, although you were probably the first human behind your computer at the appropriate time. How's it going? Hey, Wayne Johnson. Wait, why didn't that comment come through? What the? You know, like, just sometimes with this stuff. Saw you in Flatulent Gonad stream. It's like, look at that. Wayne Johnson's comment gone, and yet my comment from before I started the stream came through. Proteus is first as well. These tools are starting to get on my nerves. I think what I need to do is automate more. When in doubt, automate more stuff. And in this sense, I need to automate all of the setup that I do ahead of stream. So I can just hit one button and it'll all come up. All these web pages will come up and I'll have everything I need. I did a little bit to automate that, but then sometimes I leave windows up. So if I automate every single window coming up, it means when I hit the button, every single window is going to come up again, and then I'll have doubles all over the place. And Chrome being Chrome, it's going to eat as much memory as I will allow it to. So that means that it clogs up the resources of the computer, and then Chrome goes, oh no, I need to let go of some of this memory. And so it'll leave pages in the lurch if I don't click on them and kind of refresh them. And then it doesn't show up on my chat log. It'll show up there, which is all right, because OBS reloads the page every time I click on something. Man, it's a lot. Streaming is a lot. It's a lot of stuff. You know, I've put all the chips against my favor in order to just fully and utterly distract myself during stream and allow you guys some tools to distract me as well. We'll have to get that up and running again. I think that's going to be my weekend research. And then as soon as DigiKey parts come in the mail, I can work on that amplifier slash mixer a little bit more. Having this in the lurch actually gives me a full-throated signal that we can amplify and mix with our less throated signal. And then I'm looking at op amps. Because fitting all of those op amps into this area is going to be very difficult. And so I'm starting to look at alternative op amps. I'm starting to look at some weird stuff. I'm looking at some QFN packages that I could put on this thing and maybe insmollinate everything with equivalents of the TL074. TL074 they never made a QFN package for because it's an old chip. They made better op amps. It's just and also it's not just that they made better op amps, that not everything is modular synthesizers, everything in music production. So, you know, we've moved on, things are very digital now, and so, you know, we don't need as many of those chips anymore. What is up with my hair? Hold on, I'm gonna fix my hair. I need to move this to where I can actually see both at the same time. What are you doing? What is this? What is this? What is this thing doing? That needs to go back there. Okay, that's a little better. Still looks like I have a lump on my head. Ugh. Some days it just doesn't work out. The hair just does its own thing every morning. Basically what I do is I wash it and then I comb it straight back and then it figures it out throughout the day. And so sometimes I'm left with the need to try to reorganize it a little bit. Yeah, that part was a little too deep. Whatever, it is what it is today. Hair looking fly as fuck. I don't think it does. I guess to each their own. If you like it, you like it, but it's a lot. I don't do a lot with it. I need to do some with it. Maybe get it a little bit organized. I need desk space for this. I need mouse. Room to move my mouse. Room for the mouse. I need to move it. Just scooch this stuff out and over. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's dry and cold, and I guess that's what my hair is responding to. Probably need to go to the barber soon. Why is this thing not doing its job? The volume of hair is something I envy. Mine sits flat on the top of my head and gets endlessly frizzy. Yeah, that's rough. My hair has always been amazing. I don't know what it's like to not have great hair. It's one of those things I can't relate to anyone else with, and I did absolutely nothing to earn it. I did nothing. I don't do complicated stuff. I wash it with Pantene Pro V. daily, and that's it. That's all I do. So it's not my fault. Oh, Brink GG, thank you for subbing. I almost missed that. 19 months. Hell yeah. Thank you for the 19. That was very mighty, mighty generous of you. You know, you didn't have to come out here and do that, but you did. Oh, man, the circuit work has been getting to me. We've gotten a lot of really good progress with the circuit work, though. My hair looks like Weird Al. I mean, you know, Weird Al's pretty popular, so it's not a bad thing. We got a lot done with the circuits yesterday, and it turns out I'm probably going to need some kind of a buffer after the potentiometer. So it'll be basically set up the voltage divider, send the voltage into a unity gain amplifier, and then that's it. Or I could send the 100K pot into the voltage divider and have it restrict. That doesn't really work because we have an upper and lower bounds. What's up, Parabothan? So yeah, apparently I have to send that voltage level through a buffer of some kind. A transistor would probably be smaller, but a singular op amp could also work too, because a singular op amp is just an SOT235. It's the same size as a transistor. It just requires, you know, unity gain doesn't require anything actually. It'd still be the same. It's just one extra thing. The mixer's getting to be a little bit more complicated than I had hoped it would be. You know, like you can do a mixer with modular synthesizer stuff by just a couple 100 kilo ohm resistors going into a TLS74. Like that's the simplest you can make a mixer. And then you can add to that the ability to control the volume of all the stages. In our sense, I kind of want it to be a little bit more advanced than that and a little bit more like robust. And so I'm trying to come up with what the circuit is going to be. The complexity of doing left and right channels simultaneously came about in the non-high impedance inputs. The inputs have some kind of a resistance to them. So when you put two of them together, that's like adding two resistors, I don't know, in parallel to the circuit. And so it affects what your voltages are on the outset, which is annoying to say the least. Having, you know, being able to just set a voltage level and then having nothing affected when you turn it up or down. God, I don't know why they probably didn't include the circuitry because it was expensive. We're gonna do AutoCAD today, but we're not gonna do circuit stuff today. We're gonna chill. I was looking at some alternative op amps, and instead of being, what is this? This is like 5, or no, that's like 7 millimeters from end to end. Instead of that, I can do a dual op amp that is in a QFN. Well, actually, no, it's not a QFN. It's a LO something 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 package, and it's 1.3 by 1.2 millimeter. That is an incredible amount of space savings. It is going to be incredibly frustrating to troubleshoot and build with, but we can try it. We can dead bugs some of the, what the heck is that, Walrus? How you doing, Amazonian Walrus? How you been? Looks like a hamster with hard eyes. Love blush. Oh, it's a ghost. It's a ghost. It's a limited one-time only emote. Are they doing that now? So you can use that once and you decided to use it on me. You actually used the remote on me? Thank you. What is that? It's like a one-time emote? Oh, I get to close the calculator. Bonk. I need to free up some resources on this computer, I think. How's my research? Oh God, it's frightening. Look at all these tabs. We can close some of them. Close some of these research tabs that I don't need. We can probably get rid of the op amp calculator for the time being. I'll show you guys the op amp that I'm thinking of using instead of the TL074. And remember, this is not, I'm gonna just get ahead of this right now. This is not the stream. This is the pre-stream where I hang out and talk to the people in my chat. Sometimes I don't catch messages as they go by. Actually, I haven't had that in a long time. I catch every single goddamn message that goes by. So unlike when I'm streaming, I actually talk to chat now and when I'm streaming. You haven't run out of RAM until you've had Chrome with 400 open tabs. What it does is it aggressively goes to those tabs and it parks them. it'll park the memory in them, which is why my chats no longer respond properly. Like I got it working now. Now I can see you guys in the chat on the left window. So when I read chat, it looks like I am not quite making eye contact with you guys, but also interacting. I mean, if I put these the other way around and had my blank space to the left there, then it would look like I'm looking at you directly in the eye, and that's uncomfortable. So I have you guys on the right side of the monitor, and my work is on the left side of the monitor, so that when I look over at what I'm working on in this window, it looks like I'm looking up at the stuff that I'm doing. Although really, that should look like this. Yeah, right over there. Is that right? That's where it is, right there. No, but yeah, so don't stare into my soul, please. Listen, I have hazel eyes. Beautiful hazel eyes. All right, that's the second data sheet that I have open. That's Veils. We don't need to look at Veils anymore, because Veils just simply serves to confuse the hell out of us. That's what this was invented for. This schematic structure right here, for those that know voltages and loops, is designed to make you pee your pants in fear of trying to analyze what the fuck is going on in this realm. Let's get this out of here. Hey, what's up, Celia? Always with the weird emotes, huh? Oh yeah, you gigantified an emote. I don't see that over here. I just see the regular emote, and it looks cute and small. And then I look at my Twitch chat, and it's this big, hideous emote. Look at the size of that thing. Holy shit. How's everybody doing? We're doing a Friday, so I'm not going to deal with circuits, because I am fed up with circuits for now. I've learned quite a bit about transconductance. Transconductors are conductors. They're regular, just like trans people are people. It's not that hard. It just means that it operates in a different manner a little bit. I don't know a lot of conductance circuits, though, so I don't really know how to manipulate conductance-based circuits. Okay, so, and then I want to pull up the one that I want to use. I was looking up insmolinated products, and this is just one package of this type of thing. But look at that little guy. That's 1.2 by 1.3 millimeters. That's going to be horrendous to work with. We can dead bug it on a breakout board, though. Transgender conductors. I don't want to say that they're negative. That would be bad. This is an eggshell conversation now. All right, let's see here. And then this is the slightly larger version of it. And I found that it doesn't operate rail to rail, which makes it a little bit cheaper. Talking about railing and trans and what does it all mean? Yeah, this one is the 4 op-amp version of this chip. And it's small. Actually, this one is rather large. This one is 3 millimeter by 3. It's 3 millimeter square. This is a QFN, which means I could probably put it on a 45-degree angle and fit a bunch of stuff around it. But then, look at the pinout here. Let's open this up. Data chart, go. What does this mean? Why is it like this? Here, I'll let you guys digest this for a minute here. Let's get it out of the way of that start soon animation. Look at this. So we have 2 op amps in here. Wouldn't an electromagnet be a conductance circuit? Also fuses? I guess so. I had this whole thing at the end. It was towards the end of my electrical engineering education, and we took a class that led us down the realm. It was like the end of my like circuits stuff, and we were using matrix algebra and all that fun stuff. And then we learned that when magnetic fields go into the actual ferrite material, you can treat structures in the ferrite material very similarly to V equals IR, because electricity and magnetism are super duper related to one another. And so we had systems of equations that we were able to do in order to manipulate the magnetic field inside of the ferrous material. You would have equivalents of resistors and capacitors and all that jazz. And then it would go into a coil, and then it would come out as voltage again. So I kind of think of it that way, but it's not necessarily how it works. Anyway, so in an amplifier, in an op amp, we have a positive and a negative input, and then we have a singular output, right? Positive and negative input, singular output. So if I'm going to do a unity feedback, let's say, I need out A to connect to in B in plus or minus, right? So out A, pin 1, has to go where? Oh, not to the pin right next to it like it is with traditional pinouts. See, look, it's out A and in A minus are connected to one another with like a resistor. So out A, in A minus. Okay, those are actually next to each other on this one. Is out B and in B minus next to each other? Okay, so they kept that correct. But then if out A has to go into the next stage of amplifiers, I have to come out here and cross V plus, cross out B, and go in B minus. It's better if I route it under the chip, but that would be very confusing. They at least kept these next to each other. Did they do that with the QFN package? No. In A minus and out A are there, in D minus and out D. Okay, so they cross like this corner divide. You'd be able to put a resistor somewhere over here, or a resistor and a capacitor in our case. So if I made this diagonal, that wouldn't really do me much. And the crossovers, if I'm going from out A to in B minus, I would pretty much have to go under the chip or go to a via and around. Oh boy. They're not as crazy. The pinouts aren't as crazy as I thought they were, but they are close. In B plus, in A plus, in B minus, out B, out A. Why does it do that? Make it symmetrical or something. That would be neat. If you could put V plus and V minus on opposites, or just like opposites down the aisle, and then you would have in plus, in minus, and then out plus, out minus, and then V plus. I don't know. I'm not a chip designer. It just seems like a kind of a weird layout. Maybe it works out. We'll find out when we get to work with it. I may order a couple of these chips, although I don't want to spend, I may have to spend another $30 ordering 10 of these things because we're going to need a bunch of them. These will save us a lot of room. And if I go with a full quad, I think that'll take up more space because then you need support equipment around it. I mean, it'll take up as much space as the headphone amp. We're waiting to get the headphone amp in the mail so we can actually work with it with the circuit that we have down on the solderless breadboard. And then I'm going to introduce the final projects to that breadboard. See, 1.3 millimeter by 1.6 millimeter. That's incredibly small. If we go to, where's the QF package? QFNs. QFNs, you can hand solder. They got a big heat sink on them that you don't necessarily need to pay attention to. And if you really need a heat sink that bad, you can just solder a piece of wire onto it. Where's the QFN? Oh, here it is. So it's 3 millimeters square, up to 3.1. 3 millimeter by 3 millimeter, and remember, we only have 10 millimeter. So 3 by 3 is actually fairly small compared to what I have here, and that would leave us a little bit of room to run traces. So it's possible that we can just use the quads. I'll have to figure out what the maximum number of amps that we have, and then we've got, we obviously have to buy the chips and potentially waste a lot of money because we got to hook it up and see if it works. Oh, it's cold. I put the fan on me, and now I'm freezing cold. How's everybody's Friday shaping up? I've just got a lot of brain space. I opened up some old Funhouse videos, demo disc videos, and I was watching a couple of those. That's why I'm late, because I got caught up in that. I remember games from the early 2000s. I've seen a lot of streamers. We're kind of in a time when there's not a ton of AAA games that are coming out. That'll be soon, and then I think January is usually like really dry for games. I'm not really sure about that, when games typically release. I know January used to be really bad for movie releases until like Titanic, I think it was. No, Star Wars came out around the rehash of Star Wars came out around Christmas time because everybody's home for the holidays and they want something to do. So there's a bunch of just trash movies that come out at that time. So I don't really know what that means for games, if they're planning on people sitting around during the Thanksgiving to Christmas transition period. caught the flu from going shopping, so I'm only like half here. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. I have not gotten my flu shot yet, and I really need to do that. I gotta get on the scheduling. I gotta do doctor's appointments and stuff too. Maybe that's why I'm feeling a general like anxiety surrounding me. I'm in like a cloud of potential anxiety. I have one of those blood appointments on Monday though, so this weekend I have to be a good little boy and keep my glucose levels normal and drink lots of water so that I'm overhydrated so that the blood just shoots out of my body. Can't get the flu if you isolate yourself. That's kind of what that's my experience. With the whole COVID thing, I haven't gotten COVID. I've never gotten COVID. I have been vaccinated several times, but I've never actually gotten it. And that's not to say that I never go out in public. It's just I haven't been at like public events. I'll go to CVS, I'll do my shopping, I do all that stuff. I haven't held back about any of that stuff. But yeah, it's just I haven't gotten COVID yet. I know, let's not doom ourselves. Let's release the wooden spirits. But yeah, so I need to get all that stuff together. What else? Yeah, so AAA games, there's like kind of a little bit of a lull. And stuff's coming soon. I mean, like Stalker 2 is scheduled for next week, I think. So all the advanced streamer copies are starting to go out to people. And like the streamers don't really know what to play. And so we're seeing a resurgence of the popularity of like early 2000s games and like older games on Twitch. I love it. I love it personally. I think we should go back to playing Jedi Knight Academy because I never finished that game. I never actually finished the game. I just started playing it on stream. I want to finish for Abiotic Factor so I can close down that server. I went in and I ended up doing like home stuff in Abiotic Factor, just sprucing up the place and making it nice, you know, working on the laser-powered toilet. And then I went into the DLC area and I met up with that guy fishing, and that's been it. That's all I've looked at for that DLC. So I need to go back in and actually like take a look around. I have a weird problem with my computer. You know, my computer is the 6900 XT and the 5950X. It's a very capable system. It has a 750 watt power supply, so I've pulled back on some of the advanced features of the processor and the graphics card, being able to suddenly suck down a bunch of power in order to do tasks, and I think that's hurt. I think I need to get a kilowatt power supply. Now that I got the Legion Go to go to LAN parties, my computer's here. It's stationary now. I don't have to bring it anywhere. So I'm thinking about if we want to rebuild it and like spread it out a little bit. But the the thing about where I've built the base in Abiotic Factor. Oh, they need to make a factory game next. Anyway, in Abiotic Factor, the place that I built my base is the furniture store. And the furniture store is in a rainy environment with lots of glass. It's very nice. But there's lightning. And whenever there's a lightning strike, my graphics go, and then I have like a skip in time. So if something is shocking my system, and that's not on the Legion Go, that's on my hardcore gaming PC. It shouldn't do that. What's up, Fire Safety and More? How you doing? So yeah, I was talking Abiotic. In fact, I need to go back into that game and finish it. I need to finish it. I've got everything I need to just do a couple runs and get all those recipes and then say, all right, I'm done until there's another DLC. Or another update to it, I guess, because the game's in early access. But yeah, the annoying thing is when I'm sitting there like doing stuff, just something. I've tweaked some graphics settings and it made a little bit of a difference, but it didn't totally cure that issue. And I tried Googling the issue and nobody else has had it. But yeah, I've seen a lot of streamers playing some older games. I mean, even like Bike Man pulled Stalker off and dusted it off and looked for a bunch of mods that he could use. Where's the nearest trampoline? There are trampolines in that game. Is there a trampoline park near me? I wonder. There used to be. There used to be a lot of trampoline parks in this area. They probably had a lot of liability lawsuits, to be honest. People get crazy on those trampolines. Yeah, friend, there's no more story left. It says for you to go where in the area that's not out yet. Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the game as of right now. I think they are going to circuit boards are not edible. You shouldn't eat fiberglass. If you haven't done the Halloween stuff, there's Halloween stuff, and I guess you gotta get to like a certain terminal in the security sector that tells you to go do the Halloween stuff. And I I opened it up. I got a little forward operating base there where I can transport, use the teleporter to get to. But yeah, it's I still have to flesh out all the DLC stuff. I spent a lot of time. The reason that I have hundreds of hours into Abiotic Factor is I spent a lot of time before getting the water filter doing a loop of the main lobby of that game. The game, if you guys don't know Abiotic Factor, it's basically Half-Life 1, but with survival mechanics. And so you're there building weapons out of office supplies in order to survive in a basically alien monster compromised magic crazy SCP facility. And so the main lobby is not totally safe, but if you make a base there, it is. And so I made a base there, and then I ended up gathering water by carrying a barrel in a circular motion to my little cooking station, and I knew exactly the path to take, where when I get back, it's just the time to empty the pots, dump the water in, and do another loop. So I was able to do loops, and doing so with your inventory full, it puts EXP into your strength stat. And so I did this like 1,000, I did it for hours and hours. It's that ADHD repetitive task thing. And so I did it for hours and hours, and I got my strength skill all the way up, which means I can wear whatever armor I want and run around and jump around like a normal person. So I have pretty much played that game out. I used the cheat mechanic to cheeseball myself into high stats because I'm playing single player. You need all you can get. Yeah, circuit boards are very much not edible. Similarly, those little, what are they? The silver beads that you can put on cookies apparently are not really supposed to be edible. But I wonder if you took that silver or gold, which is pretty safe because it's so inert. If you took gold leaf and you put it on like a cookie, could you get a diode? No, because diodes are rocks. It's silicon. That's not gonna do it. You can't have like salt diodes, can you? Can you have a salt transistor? Somehow make a gold resistor? That's very difficult to do. You need a lot of distance. You need a lot of thin gold. Hey Pyro, what's up? 69 months. Look at that. We're getting all the 69 months out of the way, huh? Is it normal if I eat them as chips? What do you think? What do you think about that? You're smart. You can get your own answers. Or your body has been so ravaged by eating circuit boards that you're useless. Doing okay. Well, okay is okay is a status. It's not, nice and neutral. The neutrality of this man, it shocks me. All right. Yeah, so we did a lot of work last time on the wibbling waves. We were at a really cool stage when working with this stuff where we're sort of in our own walled garden. And so all we need to do is make sure that our inputs are okay and our outputs are okay too. But what we don't have is that last stage audio amplifier. We went from the data sheet. And we figured out what we needed, and we sort of got things close. That's what this is. We got things close, and we discovered that I need to do some slightly different stuff with the design. So I'm looking up op amps. I'm looking up things that will fit on this board. I'm going to need to be able to fit a lot of them. And so I'm looking at data sheets and stuff like that. What's up, Mystical Rock Hounding? What's the highest voltage you've ever worked with? Trying to remember. Drexel University has a high voltage lab, and so we did a lot of high voltage motor stuff. Motors are basically just math, especially when you get into industrial motors, which are three-phase. Instead of having like a little rotor with a bunch of coils on it, like this does, instead you just have a solid piece of well, it's not a solid piece of iron. It's a layered piece of iron that induces magnetic fields around the motor, and then you have coils on the outside that aren't spinning. Those coils on the outside that aren't spinning have a lot of phase math going on with them in order to make that rotor turn in an appreciable way. That's why when you get, you basically move the phases around, and then eventually you reach what's called hysteresis, which is where the magnets can't push against the magnets anymore. And so in order to run a motor smoothly at low speeds, you put sensors on it so you know where all the phases are located, and you can properly move them around in order to twist that rotor. At Drexel, we had this is the university that I went to in Philadelphia. They have a high voltage lab. And the thing about the high voltage lab is it does not just take power from the grid. It takes power from the grid and it rotates a motor that's connected to another generator. So we had extremely high voltages in there. Basically, the whole system was powered down. You were able to walk over, plug in all your leads, because they had everything very organized because they don't want students to explode in a cloud of plasma. Connect all your stuff, go back to the computer, type in a couple parameters, and then all right, everybody ready? Okay, and then they fire it up, and you would look on this light bulb wall about how much current you were using and stuff like that. It was a very cool lab. There was a crane in the lab for moving in and out giant high voltage equipment. I don't know what voltages I was working with though, and around here, I don't do nothing with high voltage. I am a type 1 diabetic, which means I am wearing a couple overly expensive pieces of Bluetooth electronics. And these things are low voltage, and they sip on power, and they give me little bits of insulin over time, and they make sure that I have a little bit of extra brain space that's not dedicated to diabetes so that I can do what I do here. And they keep me basically alive. Insulin is something we all need. I don't make it. It's like water. I'll die in a matter of hours if I don't get it. So, that said, I do not fuck with plasma in this lab. We do not work with high voltages. The highest voltage that you're going to see, if we're doing motors and stuff, we might do like a 300 volt motor, but the best you're going to see is coming out of there. And I don't even mess with that very much because it's pointless. Why would you do this? You just don't mess with high voltage, especially if you're starting out in electronics. Not everybody's going to be in UO's lab and make being cavalier around dangerous stuff look fun and funny. Not everybody can do that. I don't even think Uo can do that. I think he's going to get an injury at some point, but he continues to defy my expectations. Like, just don't fuck with bad stuff. Stay in the low voltage realm. There's plenty of cool stuff to do down here with us plebs. If I messed with like Tesla coils and stuff, I know how Tesla coils work. I've had a Tesla coil in here. I started to use the Tesla coil, and we put music into it to make it buzz the Tesla coil stuff, and then my lights broke because they have a touchscreen interface. Well, so does my phone, and my phone is currently my pancreas. You have a high voltage, but the current has the oomph. No, like high voltages will explode your electronics, even at low currents. At low currents, things like computers and stuff should be nowhere near a Tesla coil. You know, pay attention to these YouTube videos because they're very cavalier about the safety. But if you look closely, you'll notice that they have the Tesla coil with nothing around it, right? There's no clutter anywhere around the thing. And that's by design. That's because the Tesla coil will break everything around it. It'll just break everything because you're being completely cavalier with extremely high like plasma voltages. And those plasma voltages get right into electronics, and the electronics go, and all the bonding wires blow up. It's the same thing that happens when you static electricity a circuit. The static electricity may find the path of least resistance first. It's going to go everywhere. And when it goes everywhere, that means that the sensitive bonding wires, you have your silicon die, D-I-E, not D-Y-E. It's not dyed. It is a dielectric, D-I. So D-I-E, you have your die, piece of silicon, and then you have to get a wire into it. And so what they do is they take a very small, hair-thin, less than hair-thin, it's sub-hair diameter wire, and they just crush it down onto that thing, and that makes a cold weld. Well, the site of that cold weld is what takes the brunt of that high voltage right down into it. And so statistically, it's all statistical probabilities in electronics. Statistically, you have only a certain number of times that high voltage can go straight down onto the silicon and erode it until it no longer conducts. And that's how electronics die from static. So high voltage, current or no, is a no-no. Bump, 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 bump. Oh yeah, you guys can't hear that. In the YouTubers will think that I just have like a mental tick because I keep singing along to music that's not there. The music only goes to YouTube, and that's my desktop audio. That protects me from YouTube's psychotic copyright stuff. Star triangle. What do we call it? Delta and star. I think it's star and delta is what we would call it. Everything is conductive with high enough voltage. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? I'll be as accepting as you guys aren't of things that are said that could be refuted. 230, 400. We're in North America here, so it's 115, 230. And I do have a 230 plug back there. I would like to get my very, very nice three-phase servo motor working on the mill. I think that would be a nice thing to add to the mill. And then that universal Granite Devices controller that I have could also control that very accurately. And so the spindle would like break, B-R-A-K-E, and stop immediately when it's done turning. And I would have a giant motor sitting up there. That's something that I would kind of want to like look into in the near, somewhat far-flung future, when I get all that time to work on alternative projects. Cheesy Popcorn. Today I'm rewiring my CNC controller to use 42 volts for its stepper drivers, but still use 24 volts for everything else. Steppers love their voltage. If I could burn the subs at 52 volts, I would. I have a 52 volt power supply around here somewhere, but like the more electricity that you send those motors, the happier they are to do their job. It's amazing. Yeah. North America also has some different higher voltages. USA has 277, 480. Canada has 347, 600. Weird. Hey, what's up, Commander? Kadammer. CDM, not CMD. I don't know why I say Commander Kellogg. We probably don't need thermals other than to prove how cold it is in here. If my hand isn't overly glowing orange on the thermal imager, that means that the shop has gotten very cold indeed. But that's by design, because I think the heat's on in the rest of the house, so it's like hot in the rest of the house. So I have my little bastion of temperatures down here. We insulated the walls of this room because I was actually in control of redesigning what used to be a gym. If you can't tell, like I'm fat as hell. Maybe we needed the gym. But anyway, redesigning the gym into being my little workshop down here where I can do all this stuff and not infiltrate other rooms of the house with all my bullshit. But yeah, we put a bunch of insulation in all the walls here, so it's I can do stuff like open that window a little bit and lower the temperature in here without affecting the rest of the house. In buildings that need those voltages, along with 122.08 three-phase, these dry-type transformers transform voltages into more standard voltages. Dry transformers are a menace. They're a fucking menace. I hate them so much. I did a little bit of building, like, electrical architectural engineering. It's a thing. It's like where do you put the transformers in the building? Where do you put the stuff in the facility? Where the wires run outside? What kind of safeties are there? All that stuff, under stamp of approval. I did a year of doing that. And those dry transformers are just a menace because the open air can have stuff in it. And when you have oil in the transformer, the oil doesn't necessarily have stuff in it. Because when there's stuff in it, that's a path for plasma to do its dirty deed of being plasma and being the temperature of the sun. So if you have an outdoor dry transformer, they just go down. They just fail all the time. I don't know why they do it. It's possibly because it's in more remote areas. You don't have to lug a heavy thing all the way out there. I don't know. But the oil-based transformers that you have up on the poles are much better. And even indoors, if you have a big transformer taking down the voltage for a facility, those things are crazy. You have to have a 10-foot radius around them because they come in there with a fiberglass pole. They open the door, get the hell out of there, get a fiberglass pole, and that'll hit the disconnect for the transformer. I hate it when my air has stuff in it. I mean, like you could have something that kicks up dust around an open air transformer, and it'll just and die. Dry type transformers are almost never used on power lines. Yeah. So what we have for like these houses around here is just two phases. Most neighborhoods, two phases, unless you're in an industrial neighborhood and you've got like a warehouse, then you'll get three phases. But we have to pay special for all three of the phases. So I have two of the phases in here, and one phase is on one side of the shop and the other phase is on the other side of the shop. So many years ago during a snowstorm, I was streaming and the power went down. And this is before I had battery backups on everything. And so the power went down, so my face light over here and burn the subs over here were powering up intermittently back and forth. And so that's white light. When burn the subs started up, it would shoot a blue laser out. So it was like a rave, like a crazy rave going on around here. I was like, what is happening in this shop? I eventually put everything on battery backup. Burn the subs is not on a battery backup, but my computer equipment and stuff is. Two phase isn't really a thing. It's split phase on standard transformers powering homes. Yeah, but I mean, it's just, I'm talking about what comes into the house. We only get two. We don't get all three. I think these are just too big. They're just too big. People have made it work. I've seen it work in other designs, but I think I want to go to crazy special op amps. And it might bite me in the ass, but I'll just have, it'll be fun to design for. But I need to figure out the min-max situation of JLC PCB, which I'm going to use to build this. Use JLC PCB, and so I need to get their parameters into this board design, and then I can make a couple parts that are actually teeny tiny little op amps, little tiny little Jim Johns. It's not that hard to do either. All I need to do is make a new package for. Maybe I'll just make a new package for the TLO74 and just it's not a TLO74, but it does work in just about the same way. That would be going into here and making a new package variant on these guys. Actually, get rid of all this. And again, what we'll have to do with this is take my design and then rebuild it on the breadboard, and then test it and make sure that it works. I've never seen that. That's crazy. What I was looking into is how to make three-phase in your own shop, and the way they do that is they take one of the phases and run it through a giant capacitor, and that just puts it off phase. And I think there are also other systems where you basically just use the two phases to power a motor, and the motor goes to a generator, and the generator makes your three phases. But both of those are not ideal, not really super ideal. A power leg that is 208 phase to ground. What? You guys aren't listening to the music there on YouTube, but I've got music playing. I have Live at PEX Fest Heartburn 9 from 7 years ago. Jeez, I might have been there. I might have actually been at that party. This one's about to run out, though. This is a shorter mix. Only 57 minutes, so we'll get started soon. I don't know what I'm going to be doing today. I've got sort of the beginnings of a desk project, and I kind of want to get that a little further along, because then we get to actually like build something IRL, and then I'll have a nice desk setup that doesn't take up as much room as the current desk setup. I'm not going to sit here and 3D model my Corgi, though. We do need to make sure that there's space for the Corgi under the desk, because that's her little hideout space. Maybe we'll take inspiration from the 8020 website. The 8020 stuff is thicker than the 2020 stuff, but the 2020 rails are cheaper. So I don't know. I kind of want to use the 2020 rails. It sounds very orbital-esque. We can actually just do this real quick. I want to do this real quick just to settle my curiosity about the size of these things. So I'm going to go into the TLS-7.4, or rather the TLS-7.2, and I'll open that in the library manager. We can very quickly, I think, make this footprint. I don't know, how custom is this footprint going to be, though? So we need a new... I can try to add from web, and I can make it in the web. I can also try to make it as a local package. Oh yeah, I need to actually cancel that. We need to make the package first. So it would be a new footprint and then a new 3D model. We can also jump to the 3D model, I think, and make our own, and then it'll put down its own footprints, I think, using one of the managers. But what is this thing? I mean, the QFN, that's easy enough, but we're talking about this guy right here. Lead on lead, or lead lead, lead lead, lead lead, lead lead. 10 lead lead, 10 lead lard. What? 10 lead lead frame chip scale package. LFCSP UQ. It just rolls off the tongue. 1.3 by 1.3 ultra thin quad. Dimensions in milliliters. Okay, so I want to make this. Is that even possible with the tools that I have in Fusion? I should be able to do, like, if I do a new 2D package, that's going to want me to actually put down the pads myself. I don't want to do that. I would rather it auto put down the pads. So if I make a new 3D package, I can use these tools in order to make something three-dimensional. Or I can jump into, what is it? Let's just finish this. I don't want to save it. Did that make a new blank? It didn't. Okay, it's smart enough. Oh no, unless it made a new. Oh, I need to actually change the variant names. TH. Rename. SO. And then TSSO. Okay, so what am I doing? New, add from web, and then it takes me to the what is it? Library.io, and these are public packages for components that people put into library.io. The problem is everything has crazy go nuts names. And I don't think they're letting you share the designs anymore. But I mean, let's just, for the sake of it, LFCSP. LFCSP. You're not helping me. QFN 65 blah bitty blah. Can I see that a little bit more closely? Oh, no. I don't think this package is in library.io. LFCSP. LFCSP. I wish I could investigate it a little bit more. Details. There we go. Okay, so I can investigate it a little bit more. Ah, damn it. Hold on. I can't sleep until I test this out, so. Oh God, I gotta do authenticator codes now. You guys look over here. Jesus, I have a lot of activity on my phone for fucking no reason. Missed call. Oh, I love this text. We are contacting your doctor for an alternative medication for this RX. Why? I think my doctor was pretty explicit when they put the prescription through. Jeez. What do I have to do? My doctor's going to be mad at me now. Why didn't you get that prescription? I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. Oh, God. Can we not do this? Your authenticator experience is being updated for no reason. Hi, can I just get into the codes, please? Meanwhile, Autodesk is like, you haven't entered your code in a little while. We think something is fishy. Invalid. Cool. Cool, cool. That's very cool. Very carefully. It still says it's invalid. What the hell? Oh, there's a... Yeah. It better not lock me out of this account. There we go. Okay, we got it. We got it. Model 3D cannot be repositioned because it's linked to a Fusion package which contains alignment information. That's fine. I'm just looking to see what's going on here. Can I inspect it? How do I orbit? How do I orbit? How do I orbit? How do I orbit? Oh, left click. I can't quite see. This is a QFN. This is not the package that I was looking for. What the heck? Okay, so we need to make like a completely different package than this. This is not the right thing. So create a new package. Now we are some kind of weird offshoot of, like, what is this? This is kind of a QFN with no ground package, because it is quad. It's got pin one identifier is just a locked one. So I mean, technically a QFN. Not really an oscillator. Not a DFN. They're not inset. Crystal, nah. Chip array, we don't really have the what are those called? There's a name for that. Not a BGA for sure, and we're not a chip array. All right, I think we are QFN then. So we have to make a QFN. Now we've got our A, B, and C parameters. I'm gonna move this into another window. Just rest assured that's where I'm getting my numbers from. So pins on the D side. Pins on the D side would be 2. Pins on the E side is 3. Pad style, oblong, that is correct, except for pad 1, which I don't think we need to worry about, because it'll just make a standard size pad for all of those, a solder pad that we can use. So density level, we'll just have a nominal density. We don't need to worry about that. That's just where are you taking your average readings from, the max or the minimum. So now we get into the measurements. Little e. Little e is the pin pitch. Little e is given for 2 different values, or are they the same everywhere? It looks like they're the same everywhere because they're not giving us information about these pins. So I'm going to have to assume that 0.4 BSC is the same on the other face. I'm going to make an assumption. We're this far in, and I've already made an assumption about how they're doing the spacing here. So our E is 0.4. What's next? Big L. Look at Big L over here. Big L. Big L is the height of the thing. So Big L is 0.25 to 0.35. Big L. 25, 35. Look at Big L. What and again? What's and again? How's it going, Jota? I'm doing this to settle my own curiosity, and because I won't be able to get a wink of sleep until I do it. So little b, little b, little b, little b. Little b would be our width of pads. And our width of pads is given as 0.20. I don't know what BSC means, but 0.2. So we'll just give it 0.2 to 0.2 because I don't know what the tolerance is. Yeah, they don't give me the upper and lower. Pin one identifier, space to the corner. Oh, that's the height of those pads. Wait a sec. Wait a minute. They're different heights. Look at that. How do I do my B spacing and my vertical and horizontal pads are different sizes going into the chip? I guess I just have to like have the smaller one as the representative. Next month. What? Oh, did you sub? Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. You subscribed with tier 1 for 17 months saying, and again. Okay, that all makes sense to me now. Sorry, I thought I need my social stream blade to tell me when somebody subs, because that's the one piece of information that I don't get from it. So if I'm working, like I'm hardcore looking at numbers right now and trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So all I get is, and again next month. And I'm like, what does that mean? Have they gone crazy? Is something happening again that I should be worried about? It's terrible. I need to update all my tools, break it all down, and start over. So there's nothing for me to do different pads. Who isn't crazy in here? We've all been exposed to enough lead to kill a horse. You're right. The horse would neigh its last and then fall over fully leaded. All right, let's just kill the music. We're doing the I'm gonna keep stream start soon up, kill the music, and I just wanna put this chip into Fusion 360 and take a look at how much space it takes on the board to really kind of solidify that I should spend $30 on 10 of them. They're like $3 each. They're not cheap. But so my height of these pads that are horizontal, because there's pads on all 4 locations of this thing, the pads that are horizontal are 0.3 to 0.5. The pads that are vertical are 0.2 to 0.35. So I guess if I make all of them 3.5, I don't know. That's a huge variance. I hate that. 0.3 is the lower end. 0.4 is where those sit. 0.35 is the upper. So I guess if I make them all 0.35, I'm statistically within my parameters. So let's just make it 0.35 to 0.35. And then little b, oh wait, whoops, that was the wrong one. Leave that at 0.25. L is the, yeah, L is what we want, 0.35 to 0.35. And then little b is the pad thickness, which is given as 0.2 throughout. Seems as though I'm only given it for this one. I guess I got to take that as gospel. I love how they try to get away with giving you as little information as possible in the weirdest form possible. I think it's like a game that they play, the mechanical stuff that they do. So little b is 0.2 to 0.2. 0.2 to 0.2, big D. What are you, big D? Didn't I? Oh, yeah, big D. Okay, so big D is 1.6. 1.6. I can't believe that I got rated by Pendleton Ward that one time. If you guys don't know who Pendleton Ward is, he's the proprietor of Adventure Time. You know, I read the Adventure Time Bible, which is great. It was like the pitch Bible of the show, and even that was just funny and creative and awesome. I'm a big fan of Adventure Time. I like that show quite a bit. And so to be rated by the creator of the show is insane. The problem is, like, what do I do here that's super creative? Like, our artistic creativity comes out. It like leaks out of the seams of the things that we build. But at the time, I was doing like the most boring stuff in the world. You know, I miss the button project where we used Fusion 360 and Eagle in order to create a circuit board and a button around a circuit board, and then we threw a bunch of art at it, and I was able to 3D print it and like do that. Whole project was just such a slam dunk for this channel. But like we weren't working on anything like that at the time. So it was like, Pendleton Ward is here, what do I do? I'm just reminded because he had a character in one of his alternate universes. The alternate Finn antagonist was Big D, and it was this dude in sunglasses, and it was awesome. So every time I'm working on one of these chip things, so we go from like creative stuff that everybody knows, and then we leak down all the way down into the niche world of eclectic chip measurement sizes that I have to punch into a CAD software. There's a gear change for you. That's like a truck gear change where we go all the way over and we go to like an alternative weird gear change that strips all the gears and the engine explodes. But anyway, so we're all the way down here, and so there's big D measurement and little d measurement, and big D is the height of the square chip. These are like semi-standardized measurements. Sometimes you get a table of measurements, and you can just copy them letter for letter into the software, and it'll create the 3D representation of your chip. But and you know, place all your pads and do all that stuff. But But in this sense, we don't have that. We don't have them called out specifically in, you know, little e, big D, little d. But yeah, you encounter big D a lot, and it's funny. Anyway, so big D, 1.6 to 1.6. Big E is 1.3 to 1.3. To 1.3, and I better put the mm back in there. Big A is our height. Let's just put in 0.6. We'll want the biggest height that we have so that this thing looks bulbous and enormous. We're not going into, and you never really should, go into minimizing the space between your chip and the outer enclosure. Never do that. Give it plenty of room. Give your circuit room to breathe. Because there's other stuff that we got to worry about sticking out of the back of this board. So we're going to put in 0.6 and just make that the maximum of big A. No thermal pad. Map silkscreen body, maximum. Fabrication tolerance, I'm not going to touch that. Placement tolerance doesn't matter for what I do because I hand build everything. Let's see if it poops out the right thing. Here it is, your Washington Senators. Okay, so there's our part. Holy crap, it is very small. It is a very small chip. The pads are taking up a little bit of room outside, but for the most part, this looks pretty good. This looks like a decent chip. Maybe we could use this. Is there a dot on it? Yes, there is. It's a smaller dot, but I can't do anything about that. And I can go into the part later and alter stuff if I really need to, but I do kind of want to have these pins shooting out of the sides, you know, for a bit of a distance, because this I can hand solder. I can actually hand solder this without hot air. Okay, so let's go ahead and spin that off as a part. What are my options over here? Oh, let's not worry about that. Yeah, did I forget anything? I don't think so. Oblong, that's correct. Yeah, I think everybody's good. So finish. A version of your package will be created. After which you can generate new packages starting from this package's parameter. Okay. Beep boop beep bitty beep bitty beep boop bop beep boop bop. I don't really like using library IO to create the whole thing. It's possible that I could do, oh, there's still chats that I missed. Using the VR gear now without needing to wear my glasses inside the set. Yeah, there's a couple places that make glasses for VR, and I've gone to one. It was $60. I mean, that's, you spend a lot of money on the VR, you might as well spend $60 so that you don't have to wear glasses inside of your headset, and it's freeing to be able to do that, because then you can do all the eye measurements. I actually went to the mirror. I went to the mirror, and I went right up to the mirror with a pair of calipers right by my pupils, and I was like, okay, there it is. I got a precise pupillary distance. Lenses came in the mail today. It feels good. Oh, it feels so good. It's better than the glasses because you've got your prescription is right there. Maybe I should wear those things outside of the VR headset, make a bunch of like weird looking sunglasses out of them. Blah, blah, blah. Auto package generated QFN for whatever version 1. Can I rename this? Ay, ay, ay. I don't know if I can. Place on board. That's the last thing that I want to do. Upload, add, export options. I mean, I guess what I could do is export it, but it is in my library IO now, so that package should show up in Fusion. Not as that, but it's going to be a QFN 40. Just get rid of that and take a look at QFN. What the? Mine. There we go. Package variant is LFCSP. And although this is going to be called a TLO74, it's not actually a TLO74. It's a different. It's a different op amp. That package is cursed. I may have to go in and alter the pads in order to fix that. They're all at like an average length, but I think they need to be separated out a little bit. Connect. This is where stuff gets crazy. So the pinout for this thing is wild. Let's go all the way up to the pinout. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. There it is. Well, these numbers are not how this thing numbers it, I don't think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, no, 9, 10. How do the QFNs do it? They have 1 on the left there. Oh, so that is definitely not going to be how this thing labels the pin numbers. So I actually need to look at the pad. I need to open this up in the 2D editing and look at the pad. So if we go to the 2D, and there's probably going to be a QF, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to want to rename that. So I can't rename it yet? No. LFCSP. LFCSP, let's edit the, double click it and edit the pins. That might be too close for JLC PCB. We'll investigate that later, I guess. For now, I just want to see, yeah, see, look, it's labeling it like a QFN. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we can actually just go in and do the properties on this, and we can make this, well, first of all, I'm going to make this one H. And now I can rename this one and make this one 2. Oh no, but it's actually going to yell at me. Yeah, okay. Right, we need to go backwards. Okay, I get it, cancel, cancel. So we'll go 10. This is a little tedious, isn't it? 9. 8. 7. We're settling something in my brain right now that's gonna rot away my brain if I don't answer this question. So I need to make a chip package in CAD and put it down on our mixer board. This is for me. This is not part of the stream. Instead, we're going to be using not MakerBeam, 2020 beams and trying to put together something that resembles a desk. Why would they do that? Why would they put pin 1 over there? That's so weird. Oh, that's awesome. You got the motor controller. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm glad that worked out. It's like sometimes when I'm asked a question like that, it's a little like deceptive what the answer might be. Somebody would like hold back details or like give me the wrong details or something. And it was yeah, when I suggested PWM motor controllers, it was not the immediate like thought in my brain. So I'm glad that worked out perfectly for you, because it seems like that's exactly what you needed. But it's always so hard to tell. All right, I'm gonna save this. Nothing else about this changes, just the pin number. And now we can actually go into the part, which is this little stack of blocks over here. Stack of blocks, we go back into the TL07.4 because I'm not rocking the boat, or no, the TL07.2. Yes, okay, good, it is the TL07.2. We go in and open up the whole part, and now I can go to the connect dialog over here, and we can connect the 10 pins to the not 10 pins of a 2 amplifier chip. So pin 1, out A. Connect. Pin 2, your LA Lakers. Pin 2 is negative in A. Pin 3, plus in A. Plus in A. Pin 4, V minus. Boop, boop. Pin 5, no connection. Can I do an NC? No, I'll just leave it alone, I guess. I wonder if that's going to keep it under a like a flag. So 5 is an OC. 6 plus in B. 7 minus in B. 8. Out B. Get out B. There's a B in here. 9 is V plus. 10 is NC. So 5 and 10 are NCs. You can append them, which would attach them to another one of the connections. But if I leave them like this, I wonder if it's going to say that I have... I would have to like add to the package some NCs, but I'm not going to do that because then it'll invalidate it for others. Okay, it just counts that as connected, so I think it's good. For an 18-volt power tool, I've got 10 of them, the tiny as well, 3 by 3 centimeters. That's right, you were trying to do something by slowing it down. That's really cool. Sorry, bother, I missed the first bunch of the stream. Is that package for an already existing part? What this is a failure to communicate. This is me settling something in my mind. I can't sleep until I put this package onto the board and figure out how incredibly small and annoying to solder it's going to be. What I did over the break between last stream and this stream is I started thinking about like, well, we don't have a ton of room on this board. So, okay, hold on. Let me upload this before I go through the full explanation. Manage, upload, user saved. Okay, so what I've done is I found a new version of your library. Create. I found this alternative operational amplifier. This low power JFET input op amp. It's very similar to the TLO7-4, at least at a glance. It operates in the same voltages. It's I think it's got relatively low harmonic noise to it and all that stuff. It's a much newer chip, and so it comes in a couple different packages. I was looking up alternative packages for the TLO7-4. I found one that did silly that's just the die. You could just put the die down on the, that would be a disaster. But anyway, I found this sort of quad flat, no lead inspired for two amplifier chip. There's also a 4 amplifier QFN, but this is a full 3 millimeters on each side. So instead, I'm seeing about whether or not I can get this down on the board and see how small it is, and whether or not we can get the 10 billion operational amplifiers that we need on this board down with small parts. So I'm using library.io's system of creating custom parts and footprints. Now there's a system inside of Fusion 360, and there's also library.io. They're pretty much the same thing. I use library.io that made a big, crazy 3D model name that I renamed, but I don't know if it, or I didn't rename the model. Model still is this crazy name that library.io makes for your parts. It's kind of confusing when it makes these big, I really wish there was just a like name dialogue. Can you name this for us? But anyway, so we have now a full 3D part, but it's actually the TLO7-2 under that part number, because they're the same they're both pretty much the same thing. I'm not going to totally reinvent the wheel. I could probably copy TLO7-2 and make it this chip specifically so that I'd be able to actually find the part number again, which I probably should do, but right now I'm just settling a question in my mind. So I don't want to go the full experience in making a totally custom part. I'm just going to make a package that's associated with a different part. Okay, so I need to get this stuff out of here. Delete, delete. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. And then we can get rid of these. And I can then put in my new part. So let's do part stuff. Oh yeah, and then I need to, actually no, I shouldn't need to, oh yeah, no, I need to update this library. So automate, no, library, and then update design from all libraries used in design. One library modified the board. No, it didn't. No, it ain't. Okay, so TLO7-4 here, and then the variant that we want is, oh yeah, TLO7-2. I keep mixing them up. So on LFCSP version, flavor, and then we can place Bada bing, bada boom. I'll just do 2 of them just because. And now we can take a look at what they look like in the 2D board. Here we are in the 2D board. Toot, toot. This is small. Move it to the bottom layer. Bottom layer. And let's see if we can place them around and just see, because it's two op amps inside of these things. There's just going to be miles of room around them. And now we can switch over to the 3D board and see what they look like in the rest of our layout. So we're just going to use default settings, push it to the 3D. And so instead of a TSSOP like that, we're going to have these absolutely blisteringly small component packages. Eventually, when my software catches up with the rest of my computer. This is not an incredibly powerful computer. It's got a 1080 FTW, and I forget what processor. Oh my God. Look at how little space that is. It's amazing. So, I mean, if I use a bunch of these things at $3 a piece, the total number of amplifiers that we're going to need for this thing, yeah, it's like a third of the size of the other component. The thing is, though, like sourcing, right? Using the full SO14 package might be preferable if I can actually get that to work. But then again, how many amplifiers am I going to need in this design? So we go to our master document, and I don't know if I need 1 or 2 amplifiers on these. So if I only need 1, that means I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 3 of the chips. And then if I buffer the inputs, I need 8. 8 chips. I need 8 of these on the board. So we go back, let's go to the schematic, and let's just make 8 of them. I have a feeling, though, the QFN package might be preferable over that smaller one. But the QFN package is going to need a lot of components surrounding it. So, but okay, let's do 8 of them. So, place components, this thing. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the chips. More if I do clipping indicators. I need 10. With the clipping indicators, I need 10 of these to indicate that a signal is out of spec. Done. Oh boy, this is going to be cursed. Yeah, I need a couple of them at every stage. Let's just see if it would be like 2 on each. Oh boy. Center click, hold Alt. Oh, these are running into design rules. I can't get too close to the edge. And again, I don't have the full design rules in here, so. Yeah, this would be a bit of a nightmare, wouldn't it? I would need 5 QFN for, what would it be? No, but it's, how many do I need total? How many amplifiers themselves? I mean, that's going to fit. Because yeah, it'd be like 2 amps for each an amp for each output, including the clipping amps. That would need 1 more. I don't know. I think my count is a little off, but still, it would definitely more than fit underneath all of the components that would need them. Geez, that's a lot of so if I need 10 of these chips, that's $30 in chips. Are you going to sell this design as an actual product when you're finished, or just for a friend? I'm not sure. I don't know what I can do. Because I'm probably violating a couple of not really enforceable agreements if I go and sell a product at the end. I'm not totally sure what the agreement is here because of my sponsored CAD software. And that's what this is, by the way. This this is a sponsored stream. Fusion Autodesk buys me my copy of this software, which is like 400 and something bucks a year. They do that for me if I do a couple of these hashtag AutoCAD ad streams. This one, by the way, they have no other influence on me creatively or opinion-wise. This one, we're using the software to build my desk. This is something that I planned for years. You guys have heard me talk about this years and years ago. I just figured today, I don't want to do anything with circuits except for what we're doing right now, which is just settling my own personal curiosity about what I can get away with fitting on this board. So we have a sponsor. They are as hands-off as they could possibly be. I just put the hashtags into the titles and tell the software that I'm streaming on that this is indeed sponsored. I don't have to do an ad read. I don't have to do anything else. So that's all we're going to do. We're just going to work with this software today. And I'm going to work exclusively with this software. I am under no pretense. I'm under no agreement that I have to work with this software. I can do whatever I want. I have full creative freedoms on this one. And I could even badmouth their horrible program. It's not a horrible program. I use it to no end to do this kind of stuff. So you guys get to just see it being used normally. I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this, because I'm like getting drunk, like, do not get addicted to water. I'm getting drunk off of my own petard that I'm hoisting with these things. Proceeds to draw dicks in the software. That's an MS Paint, which is my best planning software available. Actually, we did, a long time ago, we did hashtag AutoCAD. I should actually, wait, hold on, I'm gonna do that, hold on. We need to add a text overlay. I love how text in OBS is text parentheses GDI plus. And I'm like, text, god damn it, plus. Do that, and then we'll just do. I like capitalizing that A. I don't know if I'm in violation of any agreements if I do that, if it's not part of their specific. And then we want the background to be like a sensor bar and make that opaque. Where's my... No, it's still clear. Oh, background opacity. Make that look like a sensor bar. And then I want the font to be, select font. We'll do an Avenir, why not? And then we'll make it size 16. Oh, not oblique. We're not oblique. There we go. Medium's okay. Oh, that's too small, but I think that'll be okay. Oh, now I can't click on it. Uh-oh. Well, let's make it a little bit bigger than that. 24 maybe. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, I keep clicking on other stuff. This one, yo, bring that in here. Look at him, he's so tiny. Oh, wait, no. There we go. I need to put that on a button so that I can enable and disable it. So when I'm talking about this, I can just say, yeah, so if I put the hashtag in my title or whatever, I guess they clock it on their end or something, and they continue to allow me to have all of my designs. I don't know what that means in terms of like if I want to sell this or what. The problem is I'm getting a little bit addicted to super duper small parts. We did this with the RC car design too. We use these tiny little custom parts that we put together, and it worked in the overall design. It's just those transistors weren't able to flip over and make the motor go maximum speed. We've abandoned all that since, and my custom motor controller and all the work that I put into it is now mothballed because it sucks. We did a lot of programming for that too. But I've gone to three-phase motors now. And three-phase motors, you simply go on a website and you say, I would like to purchase a motor controller for a three-phase motor, and you give them a crisp $20 bill, and they give you a fully fledged motor controller that does everything you need it to do, and then some. So making my own is kind of a little too much craziness. Make it fill the screen, just have it fade in and out during the stream. I only have it on the face cam though. I don't know. So I was looking at like I clicked into the Moon stream because he's playing Cyberpunk, and he's got some, I don't know how the system works that he's using, but like current memes that are like 2 or 3, less than a minute old, are coming up on his away screen. Because he's one of those streamers that has so many people watching that he just kind of like fucks off and does whatever he wants. And so when he does that, he's got this away screen that just has like, it's got stuff coming in, but it looks like a human is controlling it. It looks like a person is bouncing the ad in and stuff. And I know he lives alone, as of recent drama on Twitch. But like, I don't know what's doing that. Does he have like a system that does this for him based on a Discord channel? How are the memes coming in that quickly? It's crazy. It's just madness. I don't know how he's able to transition something from, you know, Discord all the way into his stream. There's got to be a bot that does it, but it seems to like drag stuff around and place it a certain way. I know he can take it over, but that would mean that at every break, he takes a step off camera, does a bunch of this weird stuff, then goes and does what he needs to do and comes back. And the stuff that he was doing would take longer than that. So I feel like somebody's got like a virtual desktop, like one of his mods or something might have his OBS in a virtual desktop where they can, you know, putz around with these memes. I don't know. Are there systems that does like Lorraine board do that? We don't have Gonad here yet, so. Yeah, so I could do this, or I could put quad op amps on here. This would be the number that I need. They're not in the locations that I would need them. But this, holy hell, that opens the field up quite a bit. Now the QFN package is also similarly small. We can put the numbers in that another time. I mean, I need to actually like start stream. This has been a, what, 2-hour distraction? Yeah. It took a little longer to make the parts than I thought it would. Oh, and there's a Windows update. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That means at some point everything's going to reset. So I got to be careful and make sure that I save everything at all times. But this is not what we're working on today. We're not working on this layout today. I found a couple of chips that I thought might be a good fit for replacing the TL074s. I'm exploring the different packages that exist. There's a slightly larger package that I'm thinking might actually work out a little bit better. And then we'll have a bunch of little QFN chips on the bottom of it, and I won't have to solder something as evil as this thing probably is. That thing looks kind of evil to solder. I've done stuff on this scale before. The RC car was, of course, on this scale with pins like this, but it was a nightmare to work with because everything is so small. And the ones that I used were like 4 pins. So anyway, that settles that question, and I can think about that a little bit more, about whether or not I want to order a bunch of these. The problem is that makes $30 in op amps on the bottom of the board. If I do quads, that means I'm ordering less, but I think the quads of that chip are $5. So in $3 in chips, I've got $30 in order to get, what is it, 10 chips. I would be doing 5. 5 times 5 is 25. I save $5 by going to this chip. Windows Update, random blue screen. I don't know if that'll happen. I've had times where the machines down here have reset themselves, and I think it's because I get up and I go somewhere. When I get up, my butt brushes the back of the chair and creates a Van de Graaff generator that will reset my computers. All right, let's close this because I could spend all day what is essentially theory crafting all of my stuff. All right, Autodesk. I spent a little bit of time in the background working on getting some components in. I want to do the basics of the basics and create a new desk. The new desk is going to be on a butcher block table, very similar to the butcher block table that I was going to have as an electric brewing station. And maybe one day this thing will become an electric brewing station. I have a floor drain that runs the length of the front. I thought that was super clever, but what do you create? I'm a newbie. Well, we're not working on electronics today. Usually I work on electronics. Today we're going to work on something that I've been meaning to work on for years. And we're doing that just because we've been hitting the waveforms pretty hard. We've been doing a lot of solderless breadboarding in order to create amplifier circuits because Julian had a 1-stream project that has spanned about 7 streams. So we were doing a Eurorack modular, a Eurorack mixer project. We have some questions still to uncover about that mixer. It's been taking up too much time. I should be working on my module testing module. All of these things, of course, are anxiety points in my brain. And so I have decided, nope, we're done. I'm going to sit here and we are going to work on a desk project. We're going to put together the desk and we're going to figure out what that's going to entail. I have a chop saw. I need to figure out what lengths of beams I need to order from the place. What components will you have mounted to your desk? We'll get to that in a minute. So the butcher block is going to be the star of the show. This thing's a little bit less deep than the desk that I have now, I think. And it's probably a lot longer. It's about 72 inches in length. So, or no, is that 70? This one's the 72. I forget what the length of this thing is. I've got it all in CAD. This is a butcher block, and then below it, here, we need this camera. What the hell do the tools to create the electronics board? Well, okay, so I don't create the electronics board. I do not do that. I send it off to a board house. And that's sort of the wonder of the modern age here. Things have changed in the production and creation of electronics. It used to be that you would use very rudimentary MS Paint-like programs in order to make your circuit board on a hobbyist level. And sometimes you wouldn't even do that. You draw the circuit board and then etch the fiberglass board yourself. But the nasty chemicals. That means you have to have nasty chemicals in your house. And I don't like having nasty chemicals floating around my house. So nowadays, what we can do, instead of using like a CNC machine, instead of using, you know, all of those sort of custom home like riveting machines and accurate drilling, CNC, blah, 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 we don't need any of that. Because all that stuff can exist inside of a big machine somewhere else in a factory downtown. Circuit boards come in a can. So somewhere else, there's a big machine that somebody's running, and the hobby circuit board creation world, both hobby and professional and like low-level professional. The high-level professional stuff, I have no idea how that works. But the low-level professional stuff, the prototyping world, has a huge boon in the what do you call it? The number of people that are trying to get this stuff done. So there's multiple companies now that are competing with each other. And competition is good. Multiple different companies that are competing with each other to basically take a bunch of different designs, put them on a giant circuit board, send it through a machine, break up all the circuit boards, ship them off to all the individual people who ordered them, right? So your design can be standardized, and it's standardized with the CAD tools. You have what's called I guess it's like a manufacturing thing. You have a design rule guideline that the software checks for you, and then you have your output files for a manufacturing job. And you output those files, upload them on a website, and somewhere else they take all these designs and they put them all together to make one big square design, and they send it through the machine. And on the other end of the machine, you get a perfect manufacturer looking. I mean, there's really no difference between any of the circuit boards around here that I've bought for like professional products and these circuit boards. They look exactly the same. They function the same. They're that professional, right? And they cost $1 each. Now, shipping can be like $30, but like the cost of each individual circuit board has fallen down to fucking dinosaur bones. It's amazing how low the cost is of these things. So you can get 5-10 circuit boards for $40. And that means that you order the circuit board instead of sitting here with perforated prototyping board and trying to create your own little like semi-permanent breakout board for something. If you've got a couple days, you can just make a circuit board for just about every design of yours. So you can skip one step of this. We basically use solderless breadboard to proof out our design so that we know what connects to what and what kind of stuff and features we're going to need. Then we see if it'll fit on a minimal board that fits within the parameters of the cheap circuit boards, and design it in CAD and do all the 3D layout and stuff like that to make sure that everything doesn't interfere. Send that off to a board house, start building the outer design elements if we need them, like the enclosure and stuff. And then your circuit board comes here in the mail. You've got an enclosure ready for it. Hopefully you've ordered parts for the board. You can just semi-professionally build it, and then you've got your whole project. It's kind of an amazing thing how this process has changed over the years. Did you already do this? Yeah, what you're looking at right here. This is our own design. This one has "Oh Bother" written all over it, including, I think, a couple of beams. So don't look at the crustiness in my mouse. This is a modular synthesizer voltage controlled oscillator that we based off of a YouTuber's design, Hajiwo, who made a Raspberry Pi, an RP2040 based VCO. It has a Sallen key filter made out of the amplifiers that are down, get out of the way, that are down here. And I soldered it by hand, if you couldn't tell, in this tiny, tiny little parts. And Seed Studio created this board, and it turned out very nice indeed. There's a meme somewhere on there. I don't know where the meme went. We didn't exactly upload a full thing. CD in, audio out for Zhao. Zhao? Twitch TV, oh bother. There it is. So this is a custom circuit board that I had made. It's a little bit ugly. I should have made them both yellow. I wanted to try out the different colors that they have in solder mask. So this is the yellow one. This is for a cord VCO. It's got a slightly different configuration to it. We haven't gotten around to it yet because there's an error in some of the output traces that I need to correct. Oh, I gotta look at this part and make sure that it doesn't. Well, okay, we'll do that another time. But yeah, I've got to make a couple corrections on this here. So both stacks of these boards cost me like $40. Actually, I think it was like 56 or something. You're amazing. It's not that big of a deal. These are like so easy to get nowadays. It's crazy. So yeah, all of these have an error on them. All right, anyway, we're talking desks. So what components am I mounting to my desk? I do not know. Am I designing this with 20/20 rails, or am I doing 80/20 rails? 80/20 and 20/20 are the two different rail types. One of them is a 20 millimeter by 20 millimeter. 80/20 comes in English and metric. 80/20 is extremely expensive. It's what you see in factories and stuff all the time with these rails that are have extrusions in them. It makes it stronger than just an aluminum box because there's actually like, you know, a whole thing in that there's creases and patterns and stuff, and it just makes it pretty strong. So what we're doing is we're going to try to come up with a desk design similar to this, but very different. This is sort of a rudimentary thing that I put together. I had 80/20 cut them at the lengths for me. Now that I have a chop saw, I can do that myself. We did machine a custom floor plate there that has these little orange roller wheels on it. I have some of the components in Fusion, in Autodesk Fusion, #ad. I have some of the components in Autodesk Fusion CAD, AutoCAD Desk 360 Fusion. I think they don't do the 360 anymore. Anyway, so I have some of the components in the CAD software already, but we need to do things like, you know, avoid the bar at the top there that my knees would bash up against. This thing needs a height. I think it's going to be 30 inches. This is a standing desk height. This is more a standing desk height. I needed to be at just the right height for my purposes. AutoCAD Daddy? What? What do you do on your channel and what do you do in life? I'm not giving you the rundown. I'm sorry. This is not a personal interview, unless you're writing about me for a newspaper. This channel is about the fusion with no illusion, confusing, automator. No, this channel is pretty much about the fusion between building electronics and building stuff in the real life, and also with a little bit of silliness that I can inject wherever possible. This board here is the pièce de résistance. This is the sort of raison d'être. Why am I French suddenly? This is sort of like the whole channel's thing, and it was something that I came up with on a whim. I was just sitting here one day and I went, what if I made like a laser that put the names of subscribers onto itself? That's what that's eventually going to do. This is the third version of the board. We're going to get back to working on this soon. We've been taking kind of a break from working on it to do a lot of the synthesizer and audio stuff because I thought it would be easy. Question about soldering iron temps. Oh, how tiresome. What is your question? Yeah, so anyway, we try to do like the fusion between electronics and physical design because I got a 3D printer and it works really well. I found out. I was very skeptical about that. But eventually this is going to become a robot that's attached to the shop that will, when somebody subscribes and pays money to Twitch and me, the important part is that it's paying money to me. when they subscribe, it'll burn names on itself. And then when we get that working, that frees us up to work on other sort of layer of interactivity stuff in this shop. So I want to bring back, this is not an ad specifically, I want to bring back the channel point farting machine so that you guys can spend your channel points in order to make rude farting noises in the background. And I want to maybe connect that to the Furby over there so that it does a little thing when it farts. Aside from that, I mean, I've got a couple other ideas, and we need to have something for donations. We need to have something for, you know, each minor incentive to get you guys to part your wallets with their money, because that's how shallow I am. Speaking of which, let's get started on this actual design for the desk, because I don't know what I'm doing. I think I'd like to use 2020 rail instead of the larger 8020 rail over there, but this will allow me to, for instance, take the steering wheel project and mount it to something solid, and or the steering pedals. Although I don't know if I want to have the pedals down there, because Willow likes to sleep under the desk now, so we need to make sure that there's room for the corgi under the desk as well. Oh, yeah, wait, I need to do this, hold on. And then we need to go to this one. Well, I hit paste, but I don't think it showed up. I'll hit Control Z, go back to this one, copy, go here, paste, okay, and then I need to somehow oh, that is organic as hell. Look at that, I got it right. So anyway, the point is that we need to be able to figure out what rails I'm going to need for this desk. And then from there, I can figure out whether or not I put the pedals down there or what. Stop, please. All right. Okay, so 60-40 solder, ideal temps for both PCB soldering and wire soldering for 18 gauge. I don't know anything on that level of detail, actually. When I'm soldering stuff, I have my iron set to 666 degrees Fahrenheit, and that just gets me through everything. I've never really damaged a board with that temperature. So 60-40, I think, yeah, 60-40 is what I use. And so I don't change temps between PCB and wire. What was the last? Is YouTube? Are there YouTubers here? Oh no, no YouTubers here. Okay, there's fewer people. All right. So anyway, AutoCAD is going to help me figure out what the hell I'm designing. Many years ago, many years ago, I bought both of these butcher blocks. They're both from like an industrial place. A butcher block is just a bunch of different blocks of wood that they put together and cut into a table, and you don't have to care as much about it. That's what all of the desks in here are. I like it because it's like sacrificial metal. I like 400C. Oh, is that 666? Mine was set at 800 and seemed to be a bit too hot. Yeah, 800, I think 700 is where, 700 degrees Fahrenheit is where I'm soldering silver lead-free solder. It was like 760 or something was like the sweet spot for the old, yeah, there you go, 752F. The problem with that is that with the non-leaded solders, soldering at 752F is difficult. You got to be careful not to apply heat for too long, because you can start to rid, you can start to, like pads can start to come up and stuff like that. You don't want that to happen. I go 666 because of the meme, but yeah. Oh yeah, we've had we had it open just a minute ago. I mean, I can open it again. I'll show you. So in the synth projects, we were talking about the mixer. This is Fusion 360, so Autodesk Fusion 360. There is a free version of the software. There are some limitations on the free version of the software, but you can go in and check it out for yourself. But what we have is a system, and by the way, Autodesk Fusion is a 3D design program. So you go in and you can design things in 3 dimensions. You basically do a sketch, you extrude from the sketch, and then you chamfer it from there and you make your stuff. I do a lot of that stuff in here to make brackets to 3D print, things like that. But with the Autodesk's purchase of Fusion, no, of Eagle, Used to be a design software called Eagle where you could make two-dimensional boards and you could create your PCBs. SparkFun's been using it for ages. It's a decent piece of software, and it was where I went with my hobby, so I knew how to use it when Autodesk bought it, and then they rolled it into Fusion 360. That brings with it limitations, that brings with it some growing pains, that brings with it some issue of making the two kind of butt together and work together. But what it means in the end is that we're able to take a design, an electronics design, that we vetted out in the real world, or not. I'm not judging you. I'm a streamer. I'm not a cop. But typically what we would do is we would start with a schematic. And what the schematic is doing in this software is it is programming the software on what needs to be connected where. Because all these symbols have pads, and the pads connect to other pads with other symbols. They have a two-dimensional design and they have a three-dimensional design. So when you jockey around the pads, you go to the two-dimensional design, and this is where you can lay out your circuit board, get all the mechanics together, and make sure that everything is in the right XY position, and you can then throw down pads for chips that will eventually have what are called air wires, which are just wires that we don't see. Like right there, that's an air wire going horizontally from plus V to plus V on the different chips. So it says, basically the software is saying, hey, you need to run a trace, which is the wire on the board on a PCB. So traces connect pads, and you get, that's part of the design. So you can see here, we have traces running out of pads going to a via, which takes it to a new layer, and then at that new layer, it goes to another pad. So pads and vias and blah, 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 blah. So anyway, you put all of that into the two-dimensional design, and then the cool thing about the fusion of Eagle and Autodesk, whatever, Fusion 360 and Eagle together can then create a three-dimensional rendering. I'm not going to re-render it. I'll just open it. A three-dimensional rendering of the PCB. And if you've meticulously put in three-dimensional parts on all of your footprints, which I do, and it takes a lot of work, you can then have a representation of your design, which, by the way, in the past, when we would put together circuit boards like this, you would only be looking at it in the isometric view from the CAD program, right? You would never see the nuances of the potentiometer. You would never see the nuances of how the pads are on one end, and you would certainly never see it inverted on the other side. So I really appreciate this view. It makes it a little bit less, 360 Eagle, yeah, it makes it a little bit less of a guessing game when you get your board in. Although one of the drawbacks of CAD software is that we are super zoomed in right now. We are like a tiny little ant running around on this board. And then you get the board in the mail and you go, oh crap, this thing is a lot smaller than I thought, even though it's exactly as small as it was inside of the CAD software. So anyway, that's electronics and 3D design. We're just doing 3D design today. And it's still engineering. It's still science and tech. So I actually started off looking around in GrabCAD. GrabCAD is this wonderful website where people put a bunch of 3D stuff, and there's other websites like it. This is just the one that I find myself on more often than not. grabcad.com/library. All kinds of gun designs if you want to build a gun, or maybe even a tank if you want to build a tank. But then there's also like the Arduino Uno. And if you want to do a 3D design around an Arduino Uno, there's an Arduino Uno that you can just download for signing up for an account. It's really great. GrabCAD, though, if you just go to grabcad.com, they bought the original GrabCAD, and they're sort of an additive manufacturing setup. So they want to advertise on their front page, but in the community tab, there's the library, and then you get all of your designs of random industrial stuff that people upload for other people designing things. Although I don't, hey, look, it's an RC car project. Neat. So if you have a 3D printer and a CNC, you can be pretty dangerous with this stuff. What are you doing with this? Oh my God. Homemade CNC mill. Damn. All right, anyway, so what I did is I found all of the rails, the 2020 rail, and I downloaded the ones that were, oh wow, maybe that's not what I searched. I downloaded the ones that were closest to what I thought I could use in the thing, and then put them, basically upload them into a folder. I made the butcher block on my own. I don't know if there's, There probably is a better model of this. Not really. There's only this many that say butcher block? Weird. I mean, maybe I could grab the part from here because they put up this texture. That's all I would need is that texture, but whatever. I made an equivalent of it, so it's not going to look exactly like the same thing. But yeah, I don't know if I would be able to find. Is the monitor arm in here? Simple human is going to give me some weird results, isn't it? It is indeed going to give me some weird results. The monitor arms that I use, both on this desk and on the other, the gaming desk, they are from a company called Simple Human, and a lot of healthcare setups will use these monitor arms. And when they close down the healthcare setup and they open up a new one, they'll buy new ones because they're on medical budget and not, you know, hobbyist, tiny little budget. So all of these arms will end up like on eBay, on reseller websites. You can get them for pennies on the dollar. They cost a lot new, but getting them used is really easy. And they're just like, you just pull the monitor wherever you want it to be. It's great. Anyway, let's see here. I think I put it in admin because I didn't expect to do this on stream. Where is that one? No, maybe it's not in here. Where did I put it? Desktop, or rather my admin, default, mod synth, RC car, nothing else. Yeah, okay, so let's find, it's definitely in admin somewhere. 2020 cut helpers, no. Merc wheel, maybe it's in personal. Oh, maybe it's in stream projects. Trim. Bug assault, ASUS, blah, blah, blah. Okay, listen, it's somewhere around here. I'm going to find it. Work desk. Oh, there it is. So I've uploaded a bunch of different stuff into here. I have the 19-inch rack panel. I have the 2x1 2040 rail. I have the 2020 rail, which is the original size. I have 20x60 just in case we feel crazy, and a couple brackets. And actually, you know what I need is the 40x40. I think the 40x40 is probably going to be best for the 4 legs so that they don't get wobbly, because I have a feeling at the lengths that we're going to be putting these things in, they will not exactly be happy with me. So let's actually get the 40x40 rail. GrabCAD, library, and I guess I'm searching 4040. Oops. No, you know what it is? I think that whatever I downloaded before had that rail in it as well. It was like a couple different rails in one thing, and I didn't upload the 4040. So maybe we just avoid the 4040 and I try to make it with thin legs. But I feel like those legs will be a little too thin. They'll be a little too thin. I have a bunch of the actual rail behind me that I can grab too, just so that we can see examples. We know if they're the right thing or not. What the heck? Extrusion rail. Yeah, here we go. Open builds V-slot 4040. So I could get that one, or I could find the one that was a bunch of different sizes in one. Because they're like just these little samples, and then you'd extrude them to the length that you want them to be. The problem with GrabCAD is that you need to maximize and then minimize your window in order to get the frame to come in properly. Something's happening out of order here with the way it loads the results. And so the results will actually like spill over on top of your page number dialog down here. It's very annoying. V-slot extrusions. This one has a couple of the different sizes. It does not have the one that we want. All right, so I'll just get the one on the other page, the first page. So let me just go to page 1. Oh, look, it resized itself. Now that we're on page 1, let me go to page, okay, it fixed itself. Right here. It's a different model from a different place. I think it'll be okay. Let's just get that one and we can work with it from there. So download is going to require me to log in. You guys are not privy to my login. Gmail.com and then Hunter2. Actually, didn't type my password. I typed Hunter2. The meme has infiltrated my brain and is starting to take over. Download all the files. And I'm just going to open up that folder. No, not full download history. You guys learn things that you'd never be able to unlearn. Okay, extract to here. So a lot of the GrabCAD stuff is very much Fusion-y. It's kind of nice to be able to get like an F3D file directly from these, because sometimes you want to go into some of the facets of the design and screw around with it. So the F3D file is going to have all that stuff in there. It might even have a timeline on there, so you can go back and alter stuff about how they made their model. It really helps a lot to be able to do that. Sometimes you get a model and it has no features to it, and you have to like convert it over to a solid body so that Fusion can actually like mess with it. But we don't have to do that with any of these files because they're all native Fusion files. So let's upload to this folder, and we'll get that 4040 linear rail. Drop it in. That's all we need. 242 kilobytes. What am I going to do? The what is it? The creative program manager is going to call me on the phone and punch me for using up all their desktop space or their cloud space, whatever. Let's open up the model and just make sure that it's okay, because we're going to use this for the legs, which probably will be pretty expensive. Although these rails, this is a good model. This is a good model. So yeah, how am I going to put these components together? I mean, I guess I can move the rail into position, and then we can extrude it out to be longer than it is, and hopefully it'll cooperate. Oh, good. It's an F3D file, so we can actually go step by step. So these are going to have kind of the irritating, when I move them into the main model, they will have this canvas attached to them. So when I click on the part and I want to move it somewhere, it's going to highlight this giant square, but the measurements are based off of that canvas. I could potentially delete the canvas and maybe it wouldn't show up, but we'll see how annoying it is to handle with that. Okay, so that said, I guess we're going to go to the actual desk file itself. I made the tabletop myself. I made a square in a sketch and I extruded it. It's that complicated. It's actually very complicated. It's not complicated. It's not complicated at all. Yeah, you make sketches and you extrude from sketches. Sometimes you have all kinds of complicated geometries on the sketch. Making a desk, dead simple. And the way that we're going to hold the desk onto the top is the same way that I did it here. Basically, I'm going to have a runner that goes along the outside, and on that runner, I can put just angled blocks that'll screw into the what you call it. So the angle blocks, and then it'll just like go in and attach that angle block on there. So that'll be easy because I don't have to measure anything. Okay, so the desk. What's the height of the desk going to be? I need to get a tape measure and figure out how tall my actual working desk is over here. I put this tabletop, I think, at 30 inches over the bottom. Let's just see what we got in the real thing. I'm going to measure it in metric because I'm an engineer, and engineers can work in both metric and inch. And so from the bottom of my floor all the way up to the bottom edge of my desk, it's going to be like 30 inches, but in metric, that's going to be 73.5 centimeters. Got to be careful because this rule is in centimeters and everything I do is in millimeters. So 730 millimeters. Let us check to see that that is the height. Inspect, select the plane, and then select what is going to be, I guess, origin. 762, so let's move it down 30 millimeter. Otherwise, my desk is going to be obnoxiously tall, and where my desk is right now, I've got the chair all the way on full height, and it still is a little bit low to the desk. So I'm going to want to take this down 32 millimeters. So I guess I'm just going to take the desktop here, and I'm going to right-click on, oh, it's locked, it's anchored. Well, we can unanchor it. Oh, wait, I'm still in the measurement tool. See that little anchor right there? The whole design is then going to be anchored to this, and I'm guessing that Fusion wanted it so that if you click on this original thing that you put in and drag, it doesn't move it around. That's why I'm guessing the first thing you put in gets that anchor, because all the other parts are going to be based on the position of this thing. It's kind of a good call. I I don't ever read the patch notes, so I didn't know that they enabled this, but all you have to do to get this moving again is just unground from parent. And so now I can actually right click on the component and I can hit move copy, and I can move this down 32 millimeters. So down is indeed Z, so negative 32 millimeter. And so that's going to get us into 730 millimeters from the ground. Okay, 730, that's what I measured. It's probably near 30 inches. What is 730 millimeter in an inch? I think that may be 5 milli, yeah, 28.7. So it was like 735. Oops, not 5. Ah, God, this thing sucks. 735 is 28.9. Yeah, so if I really wanted to make up, it can be a little lower. 5 millimeters is not that big of a deal. And then if you're measuring with a weird tape measure, you can just tell this, like, let's say I want to move it again, I can hit move copy. And if I want to move it up 2 inches, I can do 2 IN and it'll move it up 2 inches. What about angstrom? I don't know if it has angstrom in it. Cancel. It probably can also move it in mil, which is just an inch standard, but oh, the confusion of units of measurement. All right, so let's get origin out of here. And now we're left with our tabletop as it is. I need to pull in I guess the 4 legs. If I'm going to do it anything like this other table, I'm basically going from floor to the table. Well, then again, I also want those wheelie mobobs in here. I would like the desk to be on wheels, although that does mean that it's probably going to be a little bit wobbly. But I guess what I can do is at first I can just do the legs all the way to the ground, and then I'll have 5 millimeters to, I can get a 5 millimeter plate and put that as the lower piece on it. Or I can thread. No, they have plates that you can get that have the little leveling legs on them. So maybe we need to make it a little bit, the beams will have to be up from the ground just a little bit so that I can do an aluminum plate that has either a leg or like a wheelie mobob attached to it, which is an engineering term. Let me see here. Let's go back to GrabCAD, because every time I do a project like this, it's 90% of it is finding the parts. So from the library, and then caster. Orange? You sons of bitches. How dare you not take the weird Amazon product that I bought and model it. We did this for the last one. We didn't really use CAD to design the table at all. It's just kind of a very simple design that I did measurements in order to produce, but I made the legs just based off of measuring the stuff. This one's orange. The ones that I have are different though. Where are they? Where are they? They used to be down here. I had a box with 4 of the little caster legs in it, and it's been sitting there for years. Years and years and years. I'll have to find them some other time. I had them in a box, and then I probably put them somewhere moderately out of the way, and I am unable to measure them without having one in front of me. Let me just think. I don't think I threw them out. They were still in the bags. Probably tossed unceremoniously to the back of something. They're probably in a bin in the other room, I'm going to guess. They're not in this room. It's going to take me forever to find these things. I would like to have one in front of me in order to measure it, but I'll grab a couple pieces of the rail too. Grab the stuff. So here's my samples. These are for a CNC project, but they're work for giving us an idea of what we're actually designing into this thing. I undid the 2-inch. Yeah, I didn't pull a NASA and work in both units ineffectively. No. I hit cancel on that step. I don't know. Oh, that would be a cool one to use. If I could purchase that somewhere. The reason that I kind of want wheels on the desk is so that I can move the desk and vacuum under it and around it, so it's not as nasty around the desk. But I guess I can figure out building in the casters later as long as I have enough room to put something like, well, that's a cool one. That would be kind of neat. Don't know if I can buy them. That would be a very cool one to have. It probably rolls like crap though. The ones that I bought roll much better. Oh my god, I just completely like froze the thing. All right, let me open up the ones that I have in where I bought them. So I need to go into my orders, and I'm going to do that in another window just so that I don't embarrass myself. Yeah, because there's like toilets in here. Okay, so let's look for caster. Nope, nope. Yep. Okay, there it is. Online best service caster. 4-pack. I bought them in 2022, and I still haven't even come up with a plan for this desk. God damn it. I think I'm going to be able to have 6 of these things underneath it, but I would like to. So these are locking casters. The important thing is the locking part of it, so that I can actually tie the desk down and have it not move around when I don't want it to move around. Although I probably would rather have something like this, where it actually has like a physical foot. And then I would have to undeploy the foot. But I don't know what. Let's just hold on. McMaster, or maybe I'll just search for that part number. Mizumi USA. Oh my god, I've looked at this page before on stream. That's why it's zoomed in to 5,000%. Are you kidding me? $60? $60 for that. No, 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 no. That would be a lot of money. That'd be a lot of money. Whereas I could just put something that folds down, or I don't know, do what all the YouTubers do and make some kind of a crazy thing. I cannot believe that price. Good Lord. So much for you. Are there any other deployable casters? Deplorable casters? I don't think so. What in the hell is that thing? Footmaster? What is it? What? Huh? I guess it pops up. I wonder what the over-under on this thing is. GD80F. How much is this thing going to be? That thing just looks expensive. Why? Why? A foot emote, really? Who is that? Oh, they've got a bunch of like cartoon emotes, huh? Ugh. All right, GD80 Footmaster Caster Wheel from Godok. That's footmastercasters.com. Uh-oh, they have their own website. This is trouble. This thing's going to be $1,000. No prices on the website. From Caster Depot. There's a whole website for them, huh? Get out of my way, Gilbert. Huh. Okay. Minimize injury with our wheel. Huh. $73. Okay, so at 60 for the other one, 70 for this one. I would kind of rather have this one. This one looks like it's a little bit more robust. But no thanks. No, I'm good. We don't need this at all. Man, Caster Depot, huh? What do you guys got? What do you guys got? Actually, I kind of I want to look at that page again. Maybe there's like a series of these and there's like a cheaper one. Sorry for the lurking. You don't ever have to apologize for lurking. You can just keep lurking. These are $90. Hope I can ask a question here. I'm working on a project in Fusion 360, and I have the infinity pool background on. The fade out on the horizon keeps flickering when I move the sketch in the Z-Y axis. Does anyone here know what's going on? Oh boy, I don't do rendering. I've never really done rendering. The reason I like Fusion 360, why I keep using it, is because you've got sort of like a rudimentary rendering in just the regular design. So as I'm going with the design, I've got sort of a good enough for me look at what the design is and is going to be. I don't need to take it a further step and involve ray tracing or anything like that. Infinity Pool, is that one of these? One of these environments? Infinity Pool. So you've got like flickering in the background. Is it just a result of dipping below the horizon? Maybe you're just dipping below the horizon? The one that I like using is not Infinity Pool because I don't like the effects of all these backgrounds on the like the visual element of the actual design. I would typically use Photo Booth, which is just the white background, and so you get all the fidelity of the colors. But the problem with Photo Booth is that everybody's looking at my CAD software like Limmy, you know, the squinty waking up guy. So what I've done is I've actually made a compromise, and instead we go to River Rubicon. And River Rubicon keeps those colors bright, but it's also just kind of got like a dark mode feel. And word on the street is that there might be a dark mode coming soon. But yeah, anyway. Looking straight right or left. I do not know, but I do know that the settings for the 3D rendering do go pretty deep. There's a lot of stuff that you can alter that may help you out, but I've never messed with that, and I've not had flickering, and I've not had to spelunk down deep into the settings before, so I don't know. We're gonna look at casters. What do you have that's like this? Nothing. These are just bestsellers. I can't believe there's an entire website for casters. But at the same time, I can also kind of believe that there's a website specifically for casters. Just casters. It's just Caster Depot. ISO 9001 certified. God, the industrial like side of things is really weird. Really weird. How about S? What does that mean? What about the letter B? Let me make sure I'm not missing any. We got Jojo de Yolo resubbing with tier 1 for 17. Yeah, we got that one. Oh, and then PyroEsp. Yeah, I got PyroEsp for 35 months. Spatula City. It probably exists. I didn't know that there's like a whole online restaurant supply site. I don't think it's Restaurant Depot. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. That's located in Philadelphia. So I was able to get like my 220 volt hot induction hot plate for like cheap because it's just I can just go to the store. Kind of amazing. I can buy all kinds of industrial restaurant stuff. Spoilers: industrial restaurant stuff is really expensive. All of these are too because they're industrial. How annoying. I mean, I guess we won't be putting the desk on top of such a crazy looking caster. That would have been neat, but been looking for a dark mode forever. That's the only reason why I settled for the Infinity Pool. Someone suggested on some forum I found the River Rubicon. I just suggested River Rubicon. That's the one that I like because all the colors stay bright. The experimental version of Fusion that I'm not on the experimental branch, but the one that they're working on now for whatever the latest update is going to be, has dark mode. And they encouraged me in the creator program to get that. So it's not an NDA thing. I can tell you about it. It'll be along eventually. I don't know when. I don't even know. Does my version have anything similar to dark mode? I don't know where I'd do that. I don't know where the setting would be, but we'll keep an eye out for it. Let me search dark mode. Okay, that's opening in a window all the way over there. 2,928 results for dark mode. Oh no, that's the old post that says it's unlikely that Eagle's going to get a dark mode. Well, that's not true. Product support specialist, kudos are much appreciated, blah, blah, blah. It's unlikely that, yeah, no, it's, okay, well, whatever. It'll be along eventually. Fusion background to darker, yeah, that's just environment. How to make Edgewood face a darker color, how to find vibration nodes. Okay, I'm gonna close that browser window. That seems to be salacious. Tired of frying my eyes at night when I get home from work. Yeah, I don't know what the time scale is on it though, but it is in the experimental branch. This is the information that we have. Caster wheel, swivel plate, red polyurethane, 2-inch caster. These are the ones that I have physically somewhere in here. They're good. They lock really well, and that the rubbery polyurethane is good on the polyvinyl floors that I have. I'm not totally sure about whether or not I want to have the locking casters on the desk, because if I attach the pedals to the desk and then I push on the pedals, it's gonna move the desk a little bit. But maybe we can just live with that. So these are 2-inch width brake. They're small. They carry a lot of weight. They've got like 300 pounds that they can carry. I don't know about finding a 3D model. We found something similar to this one. Can we find something similar to the little tiny 2-inch? That one's cool. It's got orange wheels. But the little tiny 2-inch red wheel one. Let's see if we can find a model. Why did I do that? I shouldn't have did that. Shouldn't have did that. Footmaster. No, we're not Footmasters here. There's a model for it if you feel like spending $100 on each of your casters. Psycho behavior, though. Heavy duty caster. Maybe I could find something similar of dimensions. Dawn or Turkalek. Is there like a better part number? We've just got measurements. Durable, blah, 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 blah. Look, it looks right at home by your industrial stuff. This guy's definitely in the same room as the caster, and it's totally not been clipped together with Photoshop. Let's see, plate size, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking for like a part number or something that I can actually search for to get a 3D model of it. I can't believe I'm at a point in my life that gets me excited about casters. Great product. I feel the same, dude. Let's see. Discontinued by discontinued by manufacturer. No. Is that going to update? Like, is that eventually going to update? Are they just going to say yes at some point? Oh, manufacturer, what are the ASIN? I think that's the... So this is being resold by somebody, right? Somebody's reselling this. This is not coming from the original manufacturer. So they're going to fight tooth and nail to not give you the manufacturer's part number. So if there is a manufacturer's part number, I'm probably not going to be able to find it in this listing. But hopefully we can find something that is similar. Because like caster wheel, swivel plate, and red polyurethane 2 with brake. Visit the online best service store. Yeah, it's not being sold from the original creator. Heavy duty caster wheel, 2-inch, factor duty. I don't think factor duty is exactly what I'm looking for, but we do want to factor in duty. I guess that is the brand. Let's look at factor duty. I never, all my years on this planet, and I never thought I'd be typing factor duty into a search bar. Not what I'm looking for. All right, so we're going to have to find something with similar dimensions, which is tough to do outside of AutoCAD. I'm going to have to download something on a whim and then go in and do some measurements in order to figure out whether or not we've got the right caster. So maybe we just take the measurements and we just shorten the legs by that measurement, and I can come back in later and figure it out. That one looks cool. It looks just kind of like badass. 2-inch locking swivel caster, 150 pounds. Max load 260, each wheel 65. This one's a little bit more robust, but it is a 2-inch wheel with a lock, and I'm guessing that this plate is pretty standard on top. It matches the caster that I bought. Wait a minute. Not quite my tempo, but if the measurements are similar, we can get measurements hopefully from this listing. That one looks even cooler because it's got a dark red wheel. We're going by visual. 105 millimeter height. 2.75 inch. God damn, piece of shit. Why do you do this to me? Oh yeah, if they lit up, that would be awesome. The red casters go fast, yes. We're running on Warhammer. Look at this measurement. It's from the bottom of the wheel to the back corner of the top. 2.75 inches. and we're talking about 105 millimeter. Oh, there it is, 4.13. These are a lot taller than what I have. Now, mind you, I could go and buy these for a paltry sum, $30. Oh my God, that is very cheap. What did I get the other ones for? $11. Okay, yeah, so we're dealing with these are shorter though. I'm all in it for the shortness. I guess they're shorter. I don't know if this is lying. And I have the product somewhere in this shop. I just don't know where I put it. I think it's up. I think it's up maybe, or it's in another room. So I don't have the calipers to come in here. And humans are experts at making wheels. It was like the first thing we made after the club. One of the cooler things that you could do for your office chairs, if you're on hardwood floors, you can buy rollerblade wheels for your chair. The only problem is I am an indomitable fat ass. And so the offset of the caster from where the weight is going down became a huge factor, and I would find ball bearings on my floor. And then I discovered that because the rollerblade wheels are not as wide, when my big fat ass sits on them, they tilt to the side a little bit. And so I was able to roll around on the shop floor with the greatest of ease for weeks. You know, I was able to do the Team America thing where you're like panning back and forth as you talk to somebody. But then eventually that ended. That honeymoon period of beautiful rolling casters on my chair, nice and quiet, not a little plastic body, that came to a crashing end. I did not fall out of my chair. It did not break on me, but I swapped it out for like one of these metal extrusion, whatever they are, metal frame bases that are for like, you know, giraffes to sit on and shit. And that kept it more stable. But you can replace all the individual components of basically any office chair, and they're moderately standardized. And with a 3D printer, you can then make them all work together. Oftentimes, I'll find something that looks close and then stretch it to my dimension. Yeah, but then everything looks cursed. I did that with the RC cars, with the Fusion 360 RC car stuff. And like, in order to get a body onto your standard RC car frame, you have to do some indomitable things to the dimensions of the RC car. In our case, we actually were able to find properly offset wheels and the Lancia 037. It's a Monte Carlo that's done by Abarth. It's basically got those widened, cursed dimensions to fit on top of the wheels and not look silly. There's a lot of work in Fusion to get that model going. That was a low poly model that we found off of GrabCAD. I mean, if I just go to GrabCAD, I guess I can find it again. Where did GrabCAD go? I guess I closed it. No, here it is. All right, let's see. So open up another thing. I don't know, library. And if I do, oh, now everything with the number 37 is going to come up. Low poly Lancia. Oh, really? Oh, maybe I got it off of Thingiverse. Yeah, I may have gotten it off of Thingiverse. Like, this is a higher poly model. So I don't think we got it from here. These are usually like more engineering-y kind of models, not just like toys. It must have been Thingiverse. Yeah, here they are. So low poly models of various. Wait, did they add they added a scoop in the front? Our model does not have that. Interesting. I wonder if I need to like, well, this is the high poly one, I guess. Where the hell did I get this model from? This cursed model. Street Legal 37 Strati. Maybe I cut it off. Cuz oh no, we have it. It is on ours. I'm just dumb. Yeah. So I found the low poly one. Yeah, here's the model. This is the model that I used. Got this off of GrabCAD and then used Fusion to kind of like delete all of the underbody stuff, all the underbody detail, and then hollow out the inside for an RC car. I still say spinners. I don't want spinners on my desk. Who am I kidding? I want spinners on my desk. Let's turn this off. Let's turn this thing. Spend all that time. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Sorry, clicking around in scenes, I sometimes jump around and things get a little weird. What's going on there? Oh, they just made it very shiny indeed. This is the other option, is doing a Delta, because I do like how the Delta looks. The Delta is a very nice looking little car. And it's got a pretty wide stance. The third idea was to make this thing, no. All right, so these are not it. So we're still looking up caster, and I'm going to try to find something with about the dimensions. And the dimensions are something like, what was it? It was 2.27, which is 57 millimeters tall. Is that right? That seems a little tiny. That seems a little small for a 2-inch caster. But our only dimensions that we have here say 2.75. Oh, here we go. It's a 70 millimeter. Okay, so 70 millimeters is what we're dealing with. Oh, I'm on the wrong scene. Sorry. 70 millimeters, there's a little parentheses dimension in there. So I'm looking for something that's 70 millimeters tall. It can have a lock. It doesn't need a lock. It's just that height is what I'm looking for in order to get the height of all of my beams together, all my beamists. And, you know, I could take the other model in and try to scale it. I don't quite know if Fusion likes you to do that, like scale a body. I guess it probably can. This is a 3-inch caster. This is going to be too tall. I don't necessarily, I could just put in a placeholder for it too. Rodizio caster. Maybe I should specify 2-inch. Yeah, we've got a lot of pages of this thing. So do locking caster. Add 2-inch. You know, this thing comes up. That one's got a different lock. That's not the lock that I have. Swivel casters and brake. This one is too tall. $105 millimeter. Yeah, so ours is much shorter than this one. It just keeps coming up. So caster, 2-inch. 2-inch casters, 2-inch casters. That one looks really cool. What is this one? It's retractable. Space Care. Space Care caster. $35. I mean, this would be like an ideal, but $120 so that I can kick down a couple wheels and then move this thing around? I don't think so. At that point, I would rather it just be permanently on. Oh, I see. You can attach like a little bracket that this thing then attaches to. I love wobbly stuff. Yeah, cool as that is. What are these photos? God. Cool as that is, it's not going to really... Oh, I see. Well, wait, huh? Wait, hold on a minute. If I'm getting this correctly, you would wheel your workbench to a location, kick up the casters, and it would be like this. Okay, we're done. Let's lock it down. And then everything just falls over. Everything rolls off of the desk. Ah, yes, I'm going to put them on the front of my couch. Space Care is what Broadway uses on large set pieces. Makes it way more sturdy once the wheels fold up. Interesting. I guess you can take the whole caster off and then put them in a closet somewhere. They certainly aren't cheap. Yeah, cool as that would be, I don't, no thanks. I don't, and also, how in the heck? So you can get, oh, I see, this is, wait a minute. This is a pack of 4? Set of 4. Oh, I'm buying that then. Let's use space care because it's a set of 4. That's perfect. That solves all of my problems. I could maybe put them on the inside of the desk because it's going to be butted up against the wall, and then those can deploy, and then the whole desk would be on wheels that I could wheel out. That would be pretty neato. I thought it was for 1 because of the price of the other ones. And then you can get a set of 4 of the plates if you want. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool, actually. All right, let's get that 3D. It's not a great 3D model, but it's probably good enough for our purposes. Does it have the bracket? Oh God, it's terrible. What if I look up space care? Maybe there's a better space care model. Nope. No, just the one. Well, it's good enough. We can kind of plan for that. That's kind of neat. I'm glad it's not super expensive is really my turnaround on that. See, I mean, we may decide not to use it, but I'll put it in here anyway. Upload, and then just drag and drop the, what do we got? Do we have an F3D? Well, they didn't put any care into actually redoing like the appearance. The appearance is like everything. It's part of one of the main reasons why I like using Fusion 360 is because Fusion 360 is very, very pretty compared to the other CAD programs like FreeCAD and some of the other stuff. It's also, the price is right, free, but free with restrictions. It's nice to have a software like that that you know, makes your rudimentary design look really good. Anyway. This is in fact a sponsored stream. All right, so where do I want my stuff? In order to position my stuff, in order to start making these rails, what I need to do is actually put a sketch. Where did my casters go? I went through, I did the whole thing, right? Did I cancel the upload? Where did my file go? I guess like upload. Maybe I hit cancel. There it is. Oh, and there it goes. Why did it, huh? Did I hit a limitation? I don't think I did. Maybe there's an error in it. Where's the log? Yep. Okay, so upload, and let's use, I mean, I could do the object or the STL file, but those are going to be in worse shape. Hold on, I'm going to rename this to just, without the underline in front of it, Space Care Workbench Caster .f3d. Maybe just all these designators are confusing it. It was kind of a cursed file name anyway. Upload. Yes. No! It rejected it. What have I done? What have I... Help! Okay, so something's wrong with the model. Darn. Well, okay, let's not worry about the legs then for now. We can have this thing go all the way down except for just a little bit of a bump up for some kind of a physical leg. I want it to have actual feet that are going to keep it in one place. So how tall are leveling feet? Normal leveling feet. Okay, what's going on in Bother's head right now? We got our desktop in, we got it to the right height. I need 4 posts that are going to define how this thing connects to the ground. It's the #1 step, but to get the height of those posts, we need, first of all, the 40/40 rail to make the post, and then we need to figure out how we are going to level the desk. So it's going to need some kind of a thing that screws in and out and levels it. And so hardware like that is very readily available. We can find something to do it. I was seeing whether or not we could find something special to do it. Those space cares look pretty cool. We would just have to attach a bracket on the inside of the, you know, wherever the desk is so that we would get 4 4 little wheels on it that would hold up the 4 corners and allow us to maneuver it around. That's great, but those are all now secondary details. We need to actually find like feet that will level the table. And my whole thing is that I'm trying to lift everything off of the ground in here, and I would like to get it so that I can wheel stuff around easily, so that I can wheel my desk out, do any wiring stuff I need to do, or vacuum in that area. So I want to get a lot of the devices that are on the ground right now, like my battery backup. I don't know if I'm going to put the subwoofer. I don't know if that fits in a 19-inch rack. If it does, I'll put it in there. But, you know, get all that stuff off the ground so that my desk is a singular entity with a power plug. The reason I'm doing that is because Valve does that. Valve actually does that. All of their desks are wheelable around, and since they don't have like a strict management structure, because it's not post World War II. I mean, I guess it is still post World War II, but having a military management structure, they're like, nah, we don't need that. Just hire smart people. And so they wheel their desks around and organize themselves into sort of work groups as they see fit. And so their desks have all this stuff on it and just like a plug that you plug in. So I always love that idea for this place. It's great because I can wheel something out and vacuum. It's all in that leaked employee handbook. I applied to Valve and they took a whole week to tell me, nah. So let's find like leveling feet of some kind. Start with GrabCAD because it'll point us towards a product. Leveling feet. Level those feet. These can get pretty expensive. They are an industrial project. This will probably be fine. We should just use this. And I'll put the butcher block basically at the right height in front of this. So I think that's what we should probably do. So the Halo team did that too? That's pretty cool. Yeah, no, this is going to be my new desk. And I'll work at Valve whether they want me to or not, because they can't stop me in something like this. These are all in the 3D view. Why are there multiple 3D views of this thing? This is not functional. There's no struts in there. Isn't this what Dr. Octopus had? Yeah, not for long. I'm running over his ass. All right, anyway. When you're part of a different feature team in game dev, you sometimes need to roll to a new location. That's pretty crazy, right? I loved that employee handbook because being an engineer, here's another one of these things. Leveling dual wheel caster. Can you point me towards a product that isn't $1,000? Legs adjust to floors. Yeah. I'm wondering if there's like a product. You definitely have a specific product in mind with this model. How much does it tolerate? I don't tolerate much. Shame I can't get the Good Space Savers model. Dual wheel caster. Any of y'all have a foot? $60. Oh, but that's for a set of 4. So for the weirdo specialty ones, you can spend $60 for Power Tech. Height lever? Let's go rubber boss. Heavy duty construction. I don't need 1,750 pounds. I know I'm a fat ass, but I just don't. That's too much. So instead of dual wheel, maybe I need to look up leveling caster and see whether or not there is a 3D model of something. Yeah, dual wheel isn't it. Levering claw. So these are packs of 4. That makes it a lot cheaper than I thought. For 30 bucks for 4 of these things, and then I get that little wheel and a lever. Yeah, how big is this thing? 3.5 inches, huh? All right, maybe we can find one of those in GrabCAD. So now we know the keyword. The keyword is AAP01 USW kit. No, leveling caster. There's always guns on the front page. And so we need to find one that matches the size of the one that we're looking at. I mean, $30, it's like the same price as the other ones. 440 pounds, set of 4. And our height, we're basing this off the height, but it's 3.05 inches. What the hell is that? 3.05, 77 millimeters. We move around more than you would like to know. Well, with rolly desks. Change places. So I want 77 millimeter flavored. We're gonna drop these because these are cooler. These are just way cooler. I don't know if they're even gonna roll right. They're probably made like total crap. They're probably made very, very terribly, but it does look kind of cool to be able to ratchet a little lever and have it lift up the desk. That does sound like a cool setup. I mean, I really, when I applied to Valve, I was really hoping that I would get some kind of a position there, but they were in Seattle, and I think this is right before they released the Steam controller. It was like maybe a couple months later they released the Steam controller, and I was like, ooh, that would have been a great project. Like, oh, no wonder they kind of slept on my medical device design job just a little bit longer than a typical application, but they rejected my ass. They're probably like, this guy's dumb. I hold it as a badge of honor, though. That would have been cool. I could have moved out to Seattle, and then nowadays, if I moved with a company, I'd be in New Zealand. Like, hey, Jermaine. I can't do it. I can do a New Zealand accent if I've just watched Flight of the Conchords, but I haven't just watched Flight of the Conchords, so I don't think I can do a New Zealand accent. This looks a little familiar. Not quite. Ours is a lever sticking out of it. I don't know if they have the lever model. They have these, which are the expensive ones. Where's the one with the lever sticking out? Level caster with nut. I got portable nut. PlayStation Portable. Interesting. So they don't exactly have the one that we're looking for, huh? Leveling caster ratchet. It's going to come up with nothing because we're adding a search term. Okay, so do you guys have a 3D model, or do I just put something at height? Because, yeah, it seems these ratcheting leveling ones are what people... Oh, look at this one. $36. No, I think it would be better to have a bigger one, because then the leg will come down and there'll be the big thing around it. It'll look a little bit more presentable. Oh, yeah, McMaster Carr. So McMaster Carr is also a good source of 3D models, because all of these products, they want you to use their products. And so they want the people designing the product or designing the system to use the particular product, and then you order the product, right? So giving you more information is a way of selling your product. McMaster has 3D models of everything. If you need that special part and you need it today, you can get the 3D model. You can print it from McMaster Carr's model. I'm sure they hate that. I'm sure they hate the hell out of that, but you can do that. They can't stop you. That cat is out of the bag. So I can look up leveling caster, and we get the products. And some of them have a lever. That one's different. That's got a different thing. Oh boy. The problem with McMaster Carr is that it's like taking a sip from a fire hose. That one seems kind of cool. You just kind of freaking kick it. Fuck you, caster. I guess you're supposed to have a rolling wheel near the strut. $66. The thing about McMaster is if you absolutely need a part, you can order it from McMaster. It'll break your budget, though. These are crazy. This is like, that's way too much for my desk project. This desk is just a silly little work desk. It's not an incredible piece of industrial machinery that needs to be moved around. One floor lock. 2 floor locks. What is that gonna... wait, but 2 and then it would be wobbly, wouldn't it? They've been in the top 100 fastest websites for almost 10 years. Yeah, and they get a lot of awards for this design, having everything look like it's on a black and white industrial catalog with good pictures and good 3D models of everything. McMaster deserves your money because they do a lot for people like us who are responsible for designing a thing or getting a thing that'll fix a thing. This is like a great website to go to. They are expensive though. They cost money. This is kind of looking like what I would build. It kind of looks like it, although this is deployed by a crank. That's kind of weird. T-slotted framing mount, feet, and caster. That's neat. I'm sure they've got a lot of that T-slotted stuff, but it doesn't look like they have the type of thing that we're looking for. They don't have quite the cheap Chinese copy of that's cheap that we are looking for. I'm looking for the blue feet. I need a 3D model of it. Can we find it somewhere else that'll give us a 3D model? I'm going to guess there's a 3D model because I don't think any of these pictures are of the actual product. This is a rendering of a 3D model, so by all means, we should be able to find a dumbed down... Yeah, look at that. That's a 3D freaking model if I've ever seen one. Give me your model! What's the smallest version? Is that the one that we're looking at? The TD50? Which one is this? Oh man, they love to keep their secrets, don't they? Well, 440, we're at the lowest number of pounds, so... I have some friends who work for DoD contractors. They all have a McMaster guy, like car mechanics have a Snap-on guy. They often can order same-day delivery. That's crazy. A friend of mine, when we were doing festival stuff, was like, I can't find the key for the laser. And I'm like, dude, there's like one key. Like, there's one type of key. He's like, all right, I'll order one on McMaster. And then later that day, I get an instant message. The key just came in. It's great. I'm like, what? What shipping did you get? Like those keys in order to enable stuff in electronics, they're all the same key. There's a video for the product. I'm looking for something specific about the design here. Do we have a product name that we can find? It's probably not Costanzo. So, ratchet handle leveling caster, and it was what, 440 pounds? 440 pounds. You probably divide that by 4. Caster HQ, threaded stem, retractable level. I don't think, well, Caster HQ might have a 3D model, but that's more of the product. This isn't. Get out of here. What was the other one? Oh, it was Caster Depot. Caster Depot had the expensive ones that don't have the ratchet in there, though. I must find a 3D model of this thing. Shop leveling casters. Stop popping stuff up. All right. We're looking for the one with the lever. Wheel diameter, wheel width, overall height is 77 millimeters. They have it an inch, of course. 3 inches. So 2 to 4. Whoa, okay. I guess these are all 2 to 4 inches. Come on. He needs a new pair of shoes. Let's go. Nope. Did they actually narrow it down to this? Zambus? What's that? Hold on. Carry Master leveling casters. Zambus. I don't know if these are the right thing. See, we're not looking for like the good ones. We're looking for the crappy ones that I can buy for $28. I'm gonna buy these for $28, and I want to have a 3D model of them. These are not the $28 ones. These are like, actually, these aren't terrible. Although if you're getting 4 of them, I guess it is a little bit expensive. But mine are I'm looking for the cheap knockoffs. Wait, load capacity 3 to 500. None of y'all are the right thing. Although we are seeing a resurgence of these ones. 3 to 500. I think they may mean per 100 to 2. Nah. They have these. This site has step files, which is actually really nice. ACM. No. Okay. I don't think they have the right thing. Although maybe I'm just not searching the right stuff because I'm trying to be quick and punchy, and we're trying to actually design the desk. I'm getting caught up on these 3D models that I need to find. It's too easy to do. I mean, I want to have like a nice representation of what's going to be there. I could just try to find something that's kind of close. Because like this looks like the product that the other one's knocking off. And it's got more load capacity. Does it have, I don't think this website has a 3D model, do they? Wait, let's check GDN and view the catalog press. I thought I saw something where they had a 3D model on this, but I guess not. Close. I just don't know what to call these. If I knew what to call these. I guess down here we have Costanzo. Maybe if I look that up, I can find it. I know there's a 3D model. That's what all of these pictures are. No, but these are the real things. Not all these pictures up above. They call it TD50. All right, we're gonna have to look up the shady product supposed Costanzo. With a C? Maurizio Costanzo? Oh my God, I hate this. Kostanzo. George Costanza from that safety video. 3D model. Surely this will work. Caster CAD 3D. All that's missing was the primary search term. No. No. Wait, no. Casters. 1 series. Ooh, my 3 series caster. Very quick caster. Okay, bye. Son of a bitch. How am I not able to find 3D CAD model casters are beneficial? Is this like an article about how their 3D CAD models are? This is the most AI shit in the world. Oh my God. What is a 3D CAD model of a caster? A 3D of a caster is a digital representation of a caster that can, oh, that just broke my brain. Woo. Okay. I'm back in. All right, let's go back. What the hell? What is this? Oh my God. There's so little information that this thing is spreading out over an entire website. That's amazing. Man, it's like the one thing that I didn't find, I wasn't able to get a 3D model of. IMDb for Chris Costanz. Yeah, so clearly this company definitely did not just purchase a white label product and then say that it was theirs. It is what I would have liked to buy. All of the products are thumb wheels. If I can find one similar that's a thumb wheel. What happened, Kavorka? Chat deleted my comments. Oh my God, what's going on here? Where can I read that? I can go here. Not into that one. We got to go into the other one. I have several emails. Oh, they don't like the links. Yeah. Printables. I do not want to 3D print the casters. Let me just say this right now. I don't want to print the casters. That is going to lead to something exploding. I can tell you that much. Yeah, I'm not going to 3D print it. No, and I would also like the caster to also be a foot. Because, again, like, if I get the wheel out, I don't want to press on the brake pedal and have my whole desk fly away. And then when you do the locking casters, they can still twist when they're locked. And so that'll cause your desk to be able to kind of like scooch around in weird ways, which is why I would rather have it drop down a big plastic foot. Problem is the design specifically that we're looking for, I'm not finding in places that have 3D models. Now I could go on Thingiverse, but I don't think Thingiverse is more for things you're going to print. So I'm looking for something that's more like an industrial design place. Because again, these are 3D models. We're not looking at photos of the actual product here. So they have this somewhere. Somebody has this. And I don't think it's Costanzo. Yes, step files are 3D models, yes. But they don't have any in here. But yeah, I don't think Thingiverse has them either. McMaster does have step files for all their stuff. It's just the design is not the same design. It's a slightly different design for the ones that they have here. Oh, it would be funny to have 4 little posts that come down. And then this is clearly not. This probably only exists in Amazon. That's the same guy. No, it's a different guy. I guess they like wheels in this site, in this store. The really low weight model is what I'd probably want because it's probably the shortest of them. They only sell the 4. If I Google this, is it actually going to come up with anything? That isn't Amazon. The Leveling Casters store. Uh-huh. Are these really that popular of a product? It seems crazy to me. These getting kind of close. If the height is right. It's just the design has the wraparound thing and ours doesn't. But that might be just the difference between the knockoffs and the regulars. And if we have one with a lever on it, it's possible that our dimensions are similar. Nope. 102 millimeter, whereas we're 77. None of this stuff is working out for me, is it? Maybe one day I can find a 3D model. Maybe the size is based off of these. $132. Those are even taller. All right. We're getting too distracted on this. We're gonna start. Let me just start putting together the desk, huh? Because yeah, I would like to use these. I think these will do great. The 440. Maybe there's other options. How do you mean? Oh, the other style? Yeah, I mean this is more like the other ones. It just has this big. I kind of want that to be in there, the big orange lever. "3D Find It." I'm learning about new websites to Google these products. Those are 37 bucks, and they look more like the nylon ones. Let me try it. 3D Find It. It'll take me to the grodiest web pornographic. Okay, we're good. Browse 6,900 3D CAD files. Oh, nice. Okay, so we're looking for ratchet caster. Yes, some similar. Woof. Okay. What was our original search term? Leveling caster. leveling caster. We got a lot of stuff, including mounts for like 80/20 things. Looking like we're getting kind of close with some of them. Where are these coming from? All kinds of different websites. No, this is very similar. This is getting there. I'll open that in a new window. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. This is a good website. I like this site. We are searching for something that's kind of niche. This is like a knockoff product of a different product. I don't have morals in that sense. Come on. I'll get the knockoff. I don't care. Oh, that looks like the little ones that I have. That looks very similar. Where's that coming from? I don't want to include these anymore because I discovered that the ones that I want are actually fine. Whatever, accept. Oh, that's cool. Cool website. Yeah. Where's this from? Huh. Okay. Not what I was looking for, but get out of here. That's not even close. I must have misclicked. All right, keep looking. Yeah, I think we're running dry. I don't think we're actually going to be able to find the 3D model that I would want to get. So I'll just shorten the legs by that degree, you know, by the size of the thing, and then we can just go from there. And if it's bigger than the frame rail, then I guess it'll have to sort of hump a corner in order to properly mount. It does mean that everything on the desk is going to be suspended by 3 inches. Or I could put it to the side, but then the desk is going to be kind of unwieldy in that case. Yeah, it's not very relevant anymore. These were close. There were the ones up here that, like this one. Except it's not ratcheting and it doesn't have the cut in the front. Neat model, though. I gotta remember this. This is 3dfindit.com. That is a very useful website, it seems. I'm looking for that feature where it doesn't have the cup going all the way around. But we're striking out. So let's move on. So I'm going to get down to the actual design of this thing, and eventually the feet will follow in kind. So in Fusion, I need somewhere to locate this stuff. So I am going to take it down to a sketch, and I can use the sketch to bring in the components. You have components, you have bodies, you have sketches. It's all on this design tree here, and then all the things you're doing are on the timeline. So what I'm going to do, since we are making a desk and I want it to be stable, this is going to use 4040 vslot. This is all from where I'll get it is Open Builds. And Open Builds has, of course, the vector file that you could extrude and create the part. I grabbed it from GrabCAD. I just wanted to find somebody who already did that silly job of just getting it and whatever. But so I'm going to Open Builds. Open Builds, and Open Builds sells all this kind of stuff. They have in the parts store. They used to be located in New Jersey. I kind of wish they still were because shipping was trivial then. Because I'm in Philadelphia, so it was just a matter of them basically throwing it, and it would land in my backyard. But they moved to like Arizona because it's, I guess, cheaper to have a big warehouse there. But yeah, you can get all these different sizes of 4040 2020. It's 20 millimeter by 20 millimeters. It's an extrusion, so it's stronger than just aluminum, like an aluminum box. And the extrusions allow you to mount stuff to things. So you can basically take a hex wrench and put together a whole enclosure for an industrial thing in minutes. It just allows you to kind of flat pack and ship things, and it allows you kind of the creative freedom of breaking something down eventually. So I can buy these in different lengths. I can get like a 2,000 millimeter length for $53 or a couple 500s for 13. I'm gonna have to figure out how to break down the design and get a bunch of this stuff shipped out. That's going to be one of the challenges of this. I I don't know if Fusion can help me do that, because this is getting into parts of the software that I've never used. That stuff is hard to buy as a consumer in Canada. I'm sure it's pretty difficult to get in like Eurozone too, right? I know there's other frame like extrusions. I don't know what you could do domestically. Anything that crosses the border from America to Canada, there's just this huge surplus in cost. It's very annoying. One of my moderators is from Canada, and although I could drive there in a couple minutes from Pennsylvania, I still have to pay an exorbitant fee for somebody who has a postal hat on to carry it over the border. I hate that so much. And it's going to get worse. We've sort of given up on sending things to each other. So this stuff is a little bit thin compared to the 80-20 stuff. I do know the 80-20. Yeah, I do know 80-20. Where I got the legs for the table behind me. Oh, this is not what I was looking for. Wow, 80-20, they definitely wanted to. So 80/20, but what's the 8020.net? Oh, come on. So they've got CAD software that helps you design with their stuff. Oh, look at that, floor to frame. Wait a minute. Do they have what we're looking for? They probably don't have the specific one. They have a similar one for $85. Ha 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 ha. No. No. I'm not going through 10 pages of this. The 80-20 site has a lot of really cool stuff, though. They got a lot of cool stuff if you've got a lot of money, if you've got industrial money. 80-20 rail is, of course, much more expensive. Why? I don't know. They just have a bunch of different series of stuff. The 25 series, I think, is what I used for that table behind me, and it's a nice big rail that can hold a lot of weight. You know, you can see them right there. There they are. They're way too expensive, though. So I'm going with 2020 rail, and I'm probably going to be ordering it from Open Builds just because it's cheaper for me. I'm in Pennsylvania. I don't have to pay, you know, money for this stuff to cross the border. I can get a bunch of these beams, and then I can cut them myself because I have a chop saw with an aluminum blade on it. The blade's not aluminum. It's for cutting aluminum. If it was an aluminum blade, it really wouldn't be able to cut much because it's like low temperature metal. It's very not, you know, I don't know why you would think that. Why would you guys think that that would be the type of blade that I would put on my chop saw? It's very short-sighted of you, and it actually speaks to you and how dumb you are. None of us wanted to say anything, but here we are. Anyway, okay, so in Fusion, what I'm going to want to do is plan out the location of all the stuff that I'm putting together in order to build this desk. We are winging it. I am taking this just from any old perspective. It would be funny to bring in a 3D model of a person sitting on a chair. Hold on a second. I'm not going to do it because it'll look, oh, it's going to look great. It'll be so stupid that I'm kind of in love with the idea, but I don't think I'm going to do that. But like if I go to GrabCAD, I wonder if McMaster has a model of a person. Person in chair. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Look at that safety vest. Hey, the chair's bolted down. I could get a model of a person. There's one. Really? One model of a person sitting in a chair, and the chair isn't even a roller chair. That's not sitting in a chair. You've gone very wrong. You probably need to reevaluate what you're doing. Oh, I see. It's their special type of chair. Something has gone horribly wrong if this is what you're doing. Okay, anyway. We won't do a model of a person in a chair. So I need to locate my 4 posts, the 4 posts on the ends of this desk, and then the rest of the stuff is going to come to follow that. So what I'll need to do is just start up a sketch here on the bottom layer of this square that I've created. I'm pulling everything in as components. We're not going to make custom extrusions except for to lengthen or shorten these rail models that I have sitting to the side. So we can pull in the component, and then I'll extrude from there and like make them into their own body or whatever, so that we can then get a length out of that. In the past, I've kind of struggled to do that, and what I would do is I would go into the individual files, I'd spin off a new file and then extend it using the timeline of the file. And we can do that still, actually, but it'll edit one file, which is a little weird. I think what we can do is extrude. That'll be in this timeline. And when we extrude, we'll join the two together, maybe? We'll have to figure that out as we go on the fly. I don't know what the appropriate steps are. So anyway, if I want to make a sketch that's going to locate the 4 legs, we'll just start from a sketch that's on the bottom layer of this square extrusion that I pulled in as a component. Oops, okay, unclick it, right click. No, really, no. I thought new sketch would have been in that menu. Create sketch at, did they not, they don't have that anymore, weird. Okay, well, whatever, I can just create a new sketch and I'll place it there. Oh, capture position, that's why it wouldn't let me do it, because I needed to capture the position. Now, here's the thing, is when I do the sketch like that, this component is gonna be there. That sketch exists on the timeline. If I double click on the sketch, it'll revert the timeline to that position, and all of the stuff that I've pulled in and designed after that are gonna be gone. But that tabletop is always gonna be here, and it's always gonna highlight, and it's always gonna be very annoying. So I'm just gonna, boop, take it out of view. It's still gonna highlight it. I mean, I guess I can have it not do, well, no, I still want it to highlight this kind of stuff in case I need to check to see whether or not something is, I guess, extrudable. I'm not sure. So anyway, I'm gonna do an inset from the edge. Same thing that I did with the other table. I don't think I want, in the grand scheme of the design of the desk, I don't think I want the rails to be all the way up to the edge, do I? Because there's gonna be stuff on the rails. Like I'm going to have to attach the thing that'll hold up the rack stuff to the rails. And I might even have a door sitting in front of the thing. So in that sense, I think I want the legs to be inset a little bit. Here's what I'm thinking. If I do the leg inside and then have a piece on the outside, maybe this should be flush, and then this will be like that, and then in the very front of the desk, I'll have the 20 millimeter space on the front. So if I do a 20 millimeter inset for all the edges, then my outer edges of the desk, where my legs aren't, I can do in something like this, and then I'll have a means by which to attach things like a basket that can be filled with wires, brake pedals, things like that. I think that's the plan. So let's do that. Why is there sticky stuff on this? God damn it. I live like an animal in this frickin' shove. It's disgusting. It's just absolutely filth. Filth everywhere. It's just covering everything. It's just this nasty film of disgusting. Okay. So where are we? Anything happening? No, nothing's happening. Okay. So I'm gonna do an inset of 20 millimeters. Let's get this out of the way for right now. Okay, sketch tools. Fusion 360 likes width. They like to use all the width of the monitor because people's eyes are next to each other instead of on top of them. So people see things in sort of an extended square. I mean, squares are easy for us to make, right? But anyway, so we see in sort of a theatrical form, right? Aspect ratio. So Fusion uses a lot of that side space, and then you have kind of your view into your design. It's kind of like Steel Battalion. But then when you're space limited like I am, and you've got 3 giant vanity plates on your Twitch stream, your CAD file is very much constricted. And so a lot of these tools that I can obviously get to by pulling down the pull down menu, they go away. They get out of this sort of convenience band at the top of the screen. It's one of the things that we kind of have to live with. But anyway, I would like to do an offset. So I'm going to use the offset tool. I'm going to choose that radius, and we'll just make it -20 millimeter. Now we're working in millimeter. -20 seems like it's very little. Although the size of the desk is always going to kind of shock me. All right, well, let's do -20 for that box, because that's the width of this stuff. And then now I can pull in, I'm going to finish the sketch. I can pull in my other components and I can locate them on these corners that I've just created. So I could bring back in the tabletop if I want to, and let's get the 20 millimeter, the 40 millimeter rather, leg. Bonk. This stuff is a lot smaller than I thought it would be. All right, so I need, oh, this is going to be tough. I need this corner, and I've got a rounded edge. Son of a bitch. What am I going to do about that? The only problem with using the 80-20 stuff is that they've got these cursed dimensions. Is there a sketch that I can go off of? The sketch is just the outline from the website. Great. Oh, look at that. They permanently unview the canvas. I guess so that it doesn't have a big bounding box with it. All right. So what are we going to do about this? My corner is a hard corner. If I do, let's see, point to point. Yeah, see, that doesn't have, it sort of has a point here, but it doesn't give me an unchamfered, like, outside edge that I could go to, which makes things a little bit more difficult. I can figure out what these two are and maybe make a box for them. So let's cancel that and let's measure from here to here, and not, that's not, as the crow flies, that does not help me this way. 1.25 millimeter. So I need to put a box in the corner that's 1.25 in each corner. I guess I could use pattern tools in order to do that, to do all the stuff that I need to do, but I'm not going to do that. So we're just going to go to the sketches, and I'm going to go to sketch 1. Let's view that. It should be double click to edit. What's going on? Double click. Hello? Am I in a tool? Escape, escape, escape. Oh, sorry, I'm in the, I see, I'm in the V slot. I see. I was in the wrong part of the tree. Sketches. Sketch 1. So 1.25 by 1.25. I guess I could just leave that as a solid. I don't need it to be a construction line. In the other direction. God, it's, everything is so small. This is a big piece of butcher block, so it's all the features that I'm putting in here are like tiny. Tiny little things. Because of the nature of the post. 1.25. It's kind of frustrating to locate these things on like corners and stuff. That's where this stuff comes in. 1.25. 1.25. There we go. Okay, there's that. So now I've got to actually locate the points that I'm going to be putting on one another. So let's go with this thing, and I'm going to right-click it, and I'll choose Move. It's not in that menu. Okay, fine. Right-click it there. Really? No Move Copy, huh? Remove, delete, rename, roll history marker, find in window, find in timeline. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's the right menu. I had both things selected at once. That's probably what it was. Now I've got the Move Copy in here. Bonk. Yeah, you can also use keyboard shortcuts. You can press M. This is just how I do it. I don't know. I like clicking buttons. So that goes to this point on the sketch. Bada bing. We are going to create a copy, because I'll move, even though it puts the items out of order, we'll just basically place them on the four corners and then kind of roll from there. But what I'll do is I'll make copies for the next couple ones. So for this one, we're going to move it again. We're going to create a copy. We're going point to point. And this time it is going, where are we going? We'll go over there. And so we'll do this one here. We got to get our asses all the way over to Mars. Let's go all the way over here. Which one did I select again? Okay, yeah, it was this one. Oh God, it's so small. There. Jeez. Doing this stuff is interesting, huh? Okay, so back to here, move copy. Create a copy. Origin point. We're going that way. So we're going to go as far as we can over here. And then zoom out. Over here. Zoom in. It's so much easier to move like this than in Blender. I don't know, whatever Fusion has done to improve their movement has been just a godsend, because moving around in Blender, you have to use like the shift move as well as the zooms and the rotation in order to kind of like walk your camera from thing to thing. And if you end up zoomed in too far, it moves way too slowly. Whereas Fusion has some kind of a system that will sort of configure your distance to whatever you're moving based on what's in front of you. If you highlight it like something like that, that's going to change that distance, and now you're orbiting around the face that you just selected. So it intuitively works in the background to sort of reconfigure your camera in order to make it work properly. It's a very interesting system. Fascinating, even. All right, so let's go to that corner. So we're going to need this one right here. Ah. Oh. That one. Oh, and then the component deselected. There we go. We can select our endpoint without a copy. And that, I believe, is this one, although I don't remember which one I selected. I think it's this one. Oh my God, Corgi just exploded. She just blew up into a little tuft of hair. She's barking at something outside. I learned CAD pre-Windows version, pre-mouse control. I had to learn the key presses for the commands. It's stuck in my head. Yeah, I feel you on that one. I first cut my teeth in AutoCAD in college when it was just a command line piece of software, and it was pretty capable, but I learned all of the sort of foibles of the software. Then I, as a kid, had a Macintosh, so I never learned a lot of the command line stuff for operating like in an OS. It was all just crazy magic to me. Since then, because of you guys, I've had to get back into Linux command line stuff, and I've gotten very familiar and comfortable in Linux command lines. And then also, I still know a little bit of AutoCAD command line, but mostly the stuff that I do in AutoCAD is like this. What really bugs me is the length of these legs. Are they really going to have to be that long? And I guess they are. It just seems a lot like this is the size of those legs. And it just seems like it's a lot bigger here. I don't have the tabletop in here right now. I guess the tabletop's going to be similarly sized to this thing. But it should, I mean, these feel thin. They feel out of scale. Maybe I need to check the scale of the parts that I imported. Because like these should be about 40-40. And these are much thicker aluminum, these legs over here. Yeah, that is exactly the same size. Okay. So I guess it is a pretty sizable length to get down to the legs. Interesting. All right, well, whatever. The CAD program will make you question your sense of scale. I learned CAD. Oh yeah, I already read that one. I already read that one. Chat's just not moving because we're doing boring stuff. This is something I've been meaning to get to. All right, so the question is, can I extend these out to the proper lengths? I probably should have done that before moving them into position. Now what I should do is lock down the positions and then do the extrusion, and I can go back to, oh my God, the oscillating. All right, this is why we go at 60 FPS. Get the sketch out of the way. Just unview that. All right, so less manic highlighting of stuff. So we want this to go all the way down to the ground, but we want to leave 3.07 inches space plus the height of whatever plate, whatever adapter plate I would have to come up with. 77.47 millimeters. What is the size of the adapter? Well, the adapters that I made for these actually have like three-dimensional design. They stick up into the thing, so there's not enough circuit design going on that we can be repeatedly pedantic about. It's a nice little reprise from the normal adversarial relationship that we have going on here. Huh? Isn't it? Is it not? All right, I got scrap plate over here. I can just take a piece and measure it. This will probably be either of these sheets. One of them is a lot thicker than the other, though. I should probably use the thick one. No, I should probably use the thin one. It's not. It's just a desk. I have a 6.5 millimeter plate here. So we will add 6.5 millimeter to the top of the caster, and that'll give me enough room to create like a mounting plate. Although, am I going to have to hide bolts in that? That's what I did with that one. We'll do 6.5 millimeter, and you know, I could probably 3D print a plate that would work, because I mean, PETG under compression like that would be fine. If it's solid, I could either do it solid, or I could probably do it on a one of the infills, and it might actually be totally fine to support the desk. So we could maybe even design something that gets printed here. So let's see here. This is what distance to the ground from there. Whoa, where's my origin? Origin? There. So we're going to go 630 minus 6 plus 77.47. So what we can do is I can hit extrude on this right here. What I want to do is, okay, all right. What the heck was that? Hit E for extrude. Oh, see, I've already highlighted the tabletop, it thinks. So E for extrude. Why is that pre-selected for me? I'm not in anything, and I hit E for extrude, and it automatically chooses that surface. That's really weird. Extrude this, and what the distance is going to be, it's going to be 630 minus, fine, 77.47 minus 6. And if that joins, it could potentially have ruined a bunch of stuff. Like, I want to unview the tabletop, but I don't think this is going to count as a body. So I don't know what to do from here. I can go in and edit these individually, but I don't think that's going to... Well, let's check. Let's try it. Let's try editing them individually. Doing this 4 times is going to suck, but whatever. Control Z. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to click on this and go to the little pencil icon, and that will edit in place. Associativity for edited in place is turned on. References to other components will be captured in assembly context. You can toggle associativity from the edited in place top of the canvas, or change the default settings and preference general design. I don't know what that means. Does that mean it's going to... So here's a question. If I edit in place, is that going to edit the original file, or is it going to allow me to edit it specifically just for this part? Let's find out. Let's run into all the bumpers in this game of bumper pool. So editing this one in place, there's the canvas, the sketch, the extrusion. So on the extrusion step, instead of going 100 millimeters, it's going to be 730 minus 77.47 minus 6. And, oh, I see. It did whatever it wanted. It went in, wait, did it go in both directions? That's silly. Oh, it went the other way. Oh, I had them flipped over. I see now. Well, that's annoying. And it edited all 4 at once. So I could rotate them around the center and then they would all be in position. I don't know if I need to generate 4 different things or if I need to not use edit in place and instead just use the sketches of those in order to extrude new bodies. That may be the way that I want to do it. It's I don't know, it's a little weird. I'm trying to figure out a way to work with this rail and make it kind of work in the design. So I guess I could take it and I can do only the sketch in view, and I can get the body out of view. And I can make my own body. Make our own body here. Can I please zoom in on this? All right, there's no sketch visible, huh? Well, that's our tabletop sketch. That's not what we're looking for. I want that sketch to be visible. The body to not be visible. Nah, it doesn't work like that, huh? Oh, I see. Yeah, it's offset by 100 millimeter. So, okay, let's figure this out. I'm going to Control Z back to here, and I'm going to select all 4 of these. Let's collapse our trees down. And then, actually, I want to double click on the locking step, the locked in position step. Double click on that. And so now it should be highlighting everything that's moved in this step. We're going to move all 4 of these in this step. See, we have a different dialog at the top, so it means that we can move this stuff around, and it'll be contextualized in the timeline. So instead of just a normal move, what I'm going to do is rotate. My axis is pretty much the center of this tabletop. I don't know how I'm going to be able to give it that axis. Let's see. I'm going to back that axis up. I don't know if I can. Maybe if I just do this one. No, but that's going to, let's see. For selected, move object. If I do rotate, it's going to be, yeah, there's no center point on the table unless I add one to the sketch. Okay, all right. We're going to get this done in one step. I'm going to do this. It's the last thing that I do. So I'll take another line, and I'm just going to go center to center. There. Finish. Okay, now we have our context for fixing my screw up. You, and you. Oh, no, nope. This step. Get into that. 1, 2, 3, and 4. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then move, rotate. And the axis is in this sketch right there. 180 degrees. And then 100 millimeters up. There we go. So now basically what the algorithm is going to do is it's going to come through, it's going to place the tabletop at a certain height, it will lock the position of the tabletop in, create a sketch at the bottom of the tabletop, and then it's going to locate the 4 pillars based on the sketch locations, and then it'll flip it all on its head and move it up 100 millimeters in this last one. It is not the best. It's a little sloppy, but whatever. Whatever. So for each of these, I'm just going to delete the body and then use the sketch, which we could have imported probably as a drawing instead, but I decided to grab an entire component off of a website. So extrude this, and that's going to go 730 minus, I probably should have just had the numbers, 77.47 minus 6 for the plate. And then unview that sketch. That's going to be my own personal body inside of this drawing that I can manipulate as I see fit. I guess that's just the way that I got to do it with these things. It's kind of weird working on something that has just a big flat tabletop that you have to like work under for the entirety of the thing. Maybe we could just unview it, and then that'll give us a little bit better access to all the stuff that we're looking at. All right, who's next? Whichever one just disappeared. What's that one on the way far corner? Herc! You know, we should probably put this down to a number. 64653. It's a weird number, but it's what we're using. 64653. I mean, I could be really annoying and use global variables or whatever. I could actually use where are those things? Yeah, the parameter variables in order to put in the, the plate thickness and all that other stuff. But I guess I'll put the full equation in all of them just in case the equation changes. Because well, no, I only need it. So actually, instead of the extent type as distance, I don't need to do that. I can do the extent type as to object, and the object will be this one. So if I change the parameters on this one, all 4 of them change at the same time. It might save me time if this gets down to iterative design. The special engineering word for fuck up is iteration. Keep that in mind. Use that. You'll thank me later. So instead of distance, I'm going to object. And I'll go right here. Pop. That's it. Done. Now I have 2 legs. And unview the sketch because we don't need that anymore, and collapse the whole thing, and then go to the next one, and then unview the body, view the sketch, both of the sketch things, and find which one's missing. Hit extrude on that. Nope. Come on, you can do it. Jeez. Gotta carefully click stuff, and then distance will be to object right there. Did that properly select the face? It did not. I want the whole thing. I just want that. There you go. No taper angle or anything like that. That would make it weird. So these are going to be bodies in the thing. So whenever I add a new rail, if I'm extruding a new rail that's butted up right against one of these things, I want to be careful to make sure that I unselect the stuff around it so that I don't accidentally join stuff together, because the software will assume, oh, you're extruding this into something else. You definitely want to join these two, right? So it'll just assume that's what the setting is. So I want to make sure that if I can, I need to select new body every time I extrude, and I need to be wary of anything that touches anything else. So yeah, okay, let's get rid of the body. Bring in that sketch. Wait, what? Which one am I looking at? Oh no, that's the one that we just extruded. All right, so we want to unselect the sketch, and we want to go to the next one. Oh, why is that still visible? Wait a minute. There we go. Make sure that body's out of the way. That component is out of the way. So the component body, go away. Sketch, bring it in. I could have also done one extrude step and selected all 4 of the areas, and then it would have been 1 step on the timeline. That's all right, though. It's always going to be a lot of clicking. Okay, there we go. So now we have 4 legs. Unfortunately, what we don't have is a model of the actual caster. I don't know if I can find one. I could just model the plate if I really need to. Maybe we'll do that. So get that out of there. Get this out of here. Get this out of here. I don't need to see any of these. But I can move those using the configuration step here if I see fit. Oh, look at that. Because the sketches aren't totally unviewed, they come back in as a little outline. So actually I need to go into all 4 of these and go into the sketch and make sure that the whole thing is hidden. And then it won't show up. Nope, it's still showing up. What? Wait a minute, what? Oh, because I think that's the canvas. Yeah, there we go. Why is the canvas visible? Weird. Oh, I see. The first one. So editing the first one, like what was visible, edits all the other ones in terms of what's visible. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the linking of these 4 posts. I do not know. All right, so we started off with these. Now I want to go to, I guess I want to outline the top. So basically what we're going to do is put a C around all of this stuff. So basically, the letter C. We're just going to put a rail back and along the back side. And then I'm going to pull in a 19-inch rack panel and see how big that is. See how big that is on the rest of the design. I mean, we can put the plate with the holes for the caster down here with a 6mm extrusion. Maybe we'll think about that for another time. I need to make a component that is basically that caster plate and put that up into space and then figure out how to join the two, where all the bolts are going to be. Because they're not going to have the same hole pattern. This hole pattern is much different from what's actually going to be on the caster. And so I need to have a plate that'll bolt to one of them and have sort of countersunk fasteners in the other side. And then that'll locate everything and hold it all together, and then I can curse my own design when I come back to it and want to take it apart. Tabletop. Okay, so let's put a border around the whole thing. How tall do I want it to be? Well, my example over here is with the three rail slot, the 3-rail extrusion, and I think I kind of want that because there's going to be a lot of stuff that I want to mount sort of in that area. Basically running all the wires external to the desk. I don't want to really run them internally. I can if I want, I suppose, but if I want to have like all the stuff that moves around on the desk, like the monitor cables and stuff like that, I can have, if I have 3 rails here, I have plenty of room to have like a cable drop down into a tray or whatever. So that's sort of my idea here. So we'll take in this AP2060. We have to take it and locate it. I'm not going to cut it at a 45-degree angle to make some kind of a fancy. I mean, I guess I can. If I plan for the different lengths, I could cut it at a 45-degree angle and then have a couple different pieces here that kind of meet up. Oh, I don't know. It certainly would look good, and this is the outside of the desk, and the miter saw that I have does do 45-degree angle stuff. I could technically get away with this. And then it wouldn't look like, well, how would I want to bolt it to itself? How do I want to bolt it to itself? I mean, I guess I can drill vertically through. A plate with a nut welded to each one and on each. I'm not going to do welding. This is mostly going to be aluminum. I kind of want to build this in aluminum. I mean, I could also do corner squares. JP Weld, no. Do they have that? Corner square. They don't have multiple corner squares. Inside outside corner bracket. Look at that. That's kind of neat. Maybe I could use something like this. That's kind of neato. I mean, I don't know. That's probably going to look bad if I do that. Although it does have the chamfered aesthetic. And they got those, which are 45 degrees. You could stack 3 of the corner things. Conveyor parts site? This is open builds. It's actually more of a CNC parts site. I do kind of want to minimize the amount of additional hardware that I'm going to be involving in this, though, because it'll definitely add up the cost of the thing. We're not doing 80/20 for sure. For sure. Close that. I do want to remember this site. 3D Find It. I'll have to see if I can find like a caster that's the right height that I can put into the design as sort of a placeholder. Maybe more important that the bracket is the right height. Okay, so how do I want this to go down? Because if I buy a bunch of brackets, that's going to add up in cost. If I modify the rails to bolt into one another, that'll be a lot cheaper. And it's what I've done in other designs that I haven't even made yet. Like with the CNC that I'm trying to put together, I have holes drilled into the actual beam, but it's like a little cross beam that I used. So in order to do this, I've had to do a significant amount of machining. I don't know how machined I want this thing to, where's the camera? There it is. So I just did bolts that sort of fall into a singular piece of rail. So if I were to do the 3-high stuff, I could technically cut a 3-high slice of this and then do like a 1, 2, 3 bolt into it. But I don't know. I don't know if I really want to do that. That seems a little weird, doesn't it? Although if I extend this out to the end, I could do bolts from the side, or I could do a 45-degree and then drill 1, 2, 3, and have 3 bolts go into the side and have the other ones threaded. So one will be drilled. Whew, that's a lot. But you know what? I think it might be worth it to do. Let's see if we can do that. Let's put together a couple butted rails. See if we can do all that stuff in this wonderful piece of software that I got for free because it's sponsored. It's a sponsored ad. This is I'm being paid. I'm not being paid. I'm just being provided software in order to do this stream. So these streams, we're gonna do all kinds of stuff with the software because I've already locked in my preferences as to using it. I like using it. So drag and drop my part in there, and now we need to find something to locate it. Let's go ahead and twist this thing. Where's the sketch on this one? Well, this one is, oh, it's middle. It's in the middle. So let's take a look at the sketch. We're going to extrude from that sketch. Oh, there's only a body. There's no sketch. Huh. How are we going to do that then? What we did with the other ones was we looked at the thing. I guess we can extrude from the body. So we can go from either end. We'll just make sure that that end represents the length of our stuff, of what we want to create. And then I'll just unview the component. The components are only going to be placeholders because the components are singular files that represent, you know, the profile of the frame rail. Making them bodies inside of a single thing is more free version friendly. And we like free version friendly here. All right, so I am going to locate, boy, this is going to be tough. Let's see here. Finding like a point of attachment is going to be kind of tough. Like that, because we're going, I'm going to do the side edge first. So let's bring this back over here. That. I'm going to work in 90 degrees. Let's see. Basically this and this. It's another one of these little puzzles where we've got the problem with the Maker Beam stuff and CAD design is that we have very heavily chamfered edges, which is nice when you're in like, when you're actually physically working with it and you're building something with it, it's nice because it's all smooth, right? But what we don't have is a logical point that I can put towards another logical point in order to locate this thing at 90 degrees to the other beam. So I can't really butt it all the way up against here because that's a big long line and it goes all the way down to the bottom like this. Ugh. Unless I make a sketch, I'm not going to make a sketch for that. So I got to figure out a better way to do it. Was it 1.54? If I take that point there at the top of the chamfer and I go down here to this point, it's going to, of course, dip down below. But then I can go into this move and I can move it up 25 millimeters. 1.54. I'm remembering that number from before, which might be wrong, but we'll double check. Oh, I guess I could have used, hold on. When I said oh, I inhaled a booger and went directly to the back of my throat, so now I'm coughing. I could have used the measure tool inside of the move tool to get that distance. I could have measured from surface to surface. Oh, hold on. There we go. Oh, it was 1.5, not 1.54. Son of a beesh. Okay, so let's move this up 0.4. Does it not want me to anchor it down now that I've done that? I guess once I move it now, it's going to be like, hey, do you want to anchor that? Move and copy. Where's my move copy step? Oh, what the? Did something weird. Paul or Tyson? Oh boy. They are drumming up people, aren't they? They're really, you know, stepping on toes and getting smacked during the weigh-in. You know, honestly, it's all just supposed to grind hype. I don't know if I really want to weigh in on that one, but I'm probably going to say Tyson. He keeps winning. Oh, wait, no, 0.04. 0.04. He keeps winning these things. So I don't know if he's going to decide not to win. I think he's decided that he's going to win. And given that little interview where Tyson was like, who cares about legacy? That's kind of telling. All right, so the question is, how do I get this to the other end? I guess I'm going to move copy and create a copy. Yeah, I'd like to say that it's Tyson. And we'll create a copy and we'll go point to point. And instead we're going to go to which point? We're going to go to this point. We're going to move our copy to here. How come this one has a sharp corner? None of these have sharp corners. How come that one? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh, my 3D model is terrible. I see what it is. No, it's because of the cut. That's why. Oh, which means that we should be out of position for one of the other. Why does it not have a sharp? Why does it have such a sharp corner? That threw me off. The whole reason that we did our positioning is, oh, maybe it highlighted it weird. Or maybe we need to add that chamfer back in. Without the chamfer, that's pretty nice. Oh, I must have messed up the timeline on that. You know, removing the chamfers from these would be kind of a nice little thing to do and allow me to get everything in position properly. So this is moving now this way, and I think it's 1.5, or is it 2.5? 2.5? 1.5. And then, okay, how am I going to deal with cutting it at 45 degrees? Maybe that'll be a separate extrusion, but the cut won't be the extrusion. Maybe I can extrude it out the distance and have it, you know, make the slanted thing. I have over 4,000 hours in Fusion. Why didn't that one come through? My computer is once more I'm asking for my computer to actually keep these tabs from going to sleep. I have over 4,000 hours in Fusion. It doesn't get better. I mean, if you memorize the keyboard shortcuts, it might. I'm jockeying all my stuff into position. I just don't know how to properly work with these rails in order to get them to be the right distance. So far, wait a second, unselected copy. You bastard. We're going to Control-Z you back to whence you came. Let's investigate why there are not giant chamfers on the edges of these things. If we go back in time, and take a look at, oh, geez, come on, buddy. We're building something a lot larger than what I normally build. Usually I'm building something that's on the scale of a toy. It's much smaller. But yeah, in these, what I've done is I took in the components and then I extruded the sketches. And I guess what's happening in each of these, like if we go edit in place, there was a chamfer step that was after everything else. That's only unique to this model, though. Interestingly enough, I guess maybe they made their own sketch, but it lacks that chamfering detail, which is interesting to me because that certainly would save me a lot of time in jockeying all this stuff into position. Boy, howdy, is it easy to just look at something and go, oh, I got to cut that at 45 degrees. Let me set up the saw, burp. Okay, let's put that together now. But I'm trying to do this in CAD, so it's clunky. I don't have physical presence in here in order to just slap the stuff together. So that number 1.5 is like stuck in my brain now because now I know the distance of the chamfer. But if that chamfer is over in here, now I don't have a way to position the thing that I'm going to extrude. Man, what a conundrum. I guess I want to keep that. But what is the amount of this chamfer? Let's double click on that. 1.25. It's another weird number, huh? All right, so 1.25 on this thing that we're not editing, and we'll just go back to here. Oh, I need to finish edit in place. AutoCAD is a lot of layered kind of UI things. There's a lot of layered UI things because it's a big team that works on all this stuff. And so in different systems, you may have different methods of things. Like for instance, all of like Eagle and some of the things in Fusion, you will have that top ribbon change into a checkbox. And that's just another tab that opens in the ribbon. In Edit in Place, you have a little pop-up box that has the OK button instead of it opening as a tab in the ribbon. Really easy to kind of fall short with all of these differences. It's easy to get confused. I'm going to leave them as they are right now, and then when I get stuff into position, I guess I can do the chamfering thing. Because that'll help me a lot in terms of jockeying stuff around. So this thing is back where it was. Oh no, it's gone because of the timeline. So I'll put it back over here. So now it is located over there. I mean, I could mirror image it. No, that's stupid. Okay, so take this and we'll move copy. And then we'll do point to point. We do not select copy until after we choose which tool it is. Because check this out. I choose create a copy. Oh, wait, I want to move it this way. It doesn't want to create a copy anymore. It undoes that setting. So if we're doing point to point, creating a copy, select the first point. You got to kind of manually take over it. And I'm sure if you follow the steps properly, it's probably a lot easier, but we're not good at that here. We're not good at that on this channel. Oh, slow zoom. Here we go. Since we have corners, we're going to take advantage of them. Bada bing. And then I'm going to move this thing down. So I'm going to go to this. Now, we've already created the copy. I don't think it undoes the other one. Yeah, it doesn't undo the other one. The other one is locked in. So we move down 2.5. No, 1.5. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Give me. Hey, give me. Hey, what are you? Hey. Stupid thing. 1.5. That's nice and even. All right. One more along the back. And I'm not going to do it where... I'm going to do it fancy because I have the miter saw. I have that really nice saw. I'll be able to do it kind of fancy and waste, what, a total of 20 millimeters of this stuff. So I'm going to take this one, move copy, and we will simply create a copy. And maybe I can rotate it on this axis. No, create a copy. What? You just like that, cancel. All right, hold on. You move copy, rotate a copy on this axis 90 degrees. There it is. Totally wrong. 180 no, that doesn't. No, I need to, no, that doesn't, like that. That's still, I don't have an axis in the center. I thought I was being clever. I'm so wrong. I'm so wrong. Oh my God. Let me see. How else would you do that? You would need to, I mean, I guess I could do it like that. That's not the best way. Yeah, I don't think there's really a great way to do that. Well, okay, good enough. I guess I can just measure whatever this is and offset it. I think it's 20 millimeters, so if I move this forward 20 millimeters, I probably get it in the right spot. Move copy. This way. Twintington. That's number wang. All right, cool. There we go. So now all of the right things are in place for me to do my dark deeds. We've got this height compensated and all that. 1.25 millimeter chamfers should be on the ends of this thing, but I think it's going to be better that I'm able to actually like locate everything where it needs to go. So what I'll do is I'll take this one first, and I'm going to extrude. Oh yeah, capture the position of everything. They want you to do that. Extrude the back face. Cancel. Everybody shut up. Extrude. Capture position. For some reason, it's selecting the sketch thing at all times. Let's just do the capture position as a separate thing. Yeah, extrude like loves to pre-select the one box. I guess that's for working quickly in a very simple sketch, I bet, is the reason behind that. Negative 574 millimeters. Oh man, I'm gonna have to buy the expensive rails for these. That's gonna be pricey. So that's one body. Screwed this other body. Stop selecting that thing. I guess if it sees like a big square in a sketch, it's like, oh, let's automatically select this for them. Very annoying. And I'll take it out to here. Oh, 1,700. That's another expensive one. Oh, yes, of course I want to cut. New body. I'll take this one over. This is the back of the desk that nobody's ever going to see, except that I want to do fancy stuff. I wonder how many hours I have in this software. It would be nice if, I don't know where I can see that. Absolutely do not join. I would rather you make a new body. You know, 80/20 has CAD tools on their own that help you work with these things. I'm trying to do it in Fusion just because that's what I'm familiar with. So it's looking a little bit more desk-like, right? If I bring in the tabletop, look at that. It almost looks like it's a desk. Although if I did build this thing, I could probably kick it and it would fall over. Just because I don't know if I trust the strength of these legs. So we're going to have runners down here. Not only are we going to have a runner along the bottom because that's where you would run wires and stuff, but primarily the reason that we're going to do that is that when Willow, my corgi dog of 2 years, is asleep in her little area under the desk, she likes to put her little head right there. So I need something at the same height so that the dog can curl up and put her little head right there. Because there's a wire tray behind that, but I want her to put her little head right there. She likes to put her head on the back of the desk. So I want to have something on the back of the desk that she can put her head on. So how would I, well, what height would that be at? Because we've got these monstrous casters that are going to go in the corners. We've got a little room on the outside there. I would love to get the 3D model of those casters down in here. But I guess we'll just go along the perimeter with, not the 3 high in this case, probably the 2 high is more appropriate down here. I'm going to use all kinds of different frame rails on this thing, and it's going to be a monster. And I could do those corner braces here, but I think it'll stick out a little too much. So I'll just do sharpen these to a point, and then drill a hole in one of them, and then clearance for the bolt on the other. Attaching this to this, I guess I could do 2 holes up here, just here and here, to go into one end, and then the other end, the 2 holes. And then I drill into this and tap it. well. Is that drill and tappable? Is that thick enough for that? Probably. That should hold well enough. If I drill through this whole face and then tap it, it'll have kind of a weird tap with some missing material in there, but I think it'll hold well enough. Teflon insert. No, I'm just going to do what I just showed what I was going to do. Same thing I did with this. It's just not, I'm not going to have a corner piece. So it's just going to be, instead of tapping down along this hole, it'll be a horizontal hole with pieces of threads on both ends, and that'll be just fine. And then the nut itself, the head of the nut, is just going to be clearanced using using an end mill. I just use an end mill, and I can make a nice little opening for the bolt, and then it's flush, and it's not too loud. It does kind of uncover a little bit of the anodization, so it can be kind of loud. It looks pretty crazy from here, but once there's a bolt there, it's not that visible. How would I do an extrusion? Let me just do a test here. Why is that highlighting all the way down there? Did it join these two? Oh, it's just because that's the extrusion distance. I guess it's highlighting both features. If I extrude this face, stop selecting the main thing. Jeez. Why is it so adamant about selecting that sketch? Why is that counting it as the same face? It must have joined bodies. So let me just see. Where's this extrusion? That one. Double click. Yeah, it joined. You son of a bitch. New body. Okay. There we go. MQTT released some updates if you're still looking for Home Assistant implementation. Not Home Assistant, but I do use MQTT. Is there are there great new features? What MQTT is new? Because that's what we're using. Has Moda MQTT, right? I think. Stop selecting the main body. This. Now, how do I do this? Taper angle 90? What's that going to do? $45? Nope. Yeah, I guess taper angle is not what I'm looking for. Cancel. If I take this and I extend it, which extending is not the right thing to do here. I guess it's all I got, so I just basically need to take all the bodies away so that things don't run into each other, and then I could probably just chamfer it. So isolate. Let's get rid of the tabletop. Bring back in what I'm working on. Do this one first. Extrude this 20 millimeters. The auto selecting of this big square is getting on my nerves. Every single time I hit the E key, it wants to extrude that. Take this out 20 millimeter with a join command because there's nothing else around. And I guess I could do chamfer. Oh no, it doesn't let me do that. It doesn't let me do that. I'm going to have to do like a custom horizontal cut. So easy to do with a saw. Absolutely impossible to be doing with this stuff, huh? I need like a construction context in order for it to do that. Cancel, or a sketch of a triangle would do it just as well. I could sketch a triangle and run the triangle down on the thing, and I can cut the body and make it meet up the way that I want it to. I'm going to leave this open-ended for now, though. Oh, yeah, because I've been going for quite a while today, and there hasn't been a lot of chat activities, so I think I'm gonna call this one and maybe work on this on my own a little bit. Maybe I can find a similar model of a caster that matches the ones that we found today. We got a little caught up in the non-fusion side of things, the finding 3D models side of things. So that's going to happen if you're trying to design something like this. Weird. Is my mic weird today? Is the mic's okay, right? I seem to be very quiet. I guess I'm peeking into the orange. It just seems like my compressor is a little bit aggressive today. You guys can hear me just fine. You might be able to hear the fan in the background though. That's just the nature of this stuff. I gotta rework on my audio a little bit. I have to re-up it. You need to do that every now and then just because things change. But anyway, you can see what I'm trying to get at here. I'm trying to build a desk that's got, let's actually wait, before I'm done, I want to bring in that 19-inch rack panel and see what the size of that thing is. So there's the rack panel that I'm bringing in. I want to see how big that 19-inch panel is. It's huge. I may only do one rack thing on the desk then, and probably do it over in this side, because this is the side that's kind of tucked away. Now, can I use the maker? Yeah, this is the 19-inch panel is going to be absolutely huge. Like that. This is just to get an idea. I'll have to jockey that a little bit more in the future, but oh, it looks like I can just go directly into the maker beam. So I can use like maker beam bolts or whatever, but the fan keeps us cool. Yeah, I would be in trouble without the fan. I know a lot of studio production people do no fan, and they end up very sweaty during streams, which I guess is part and parcel of why a lot of these guys don't have face cams, because they're disgusting monsters. It looks like it's 5mm. 5mm, and then that's inbounds over here. Yeah, 5mm, but it's not quite centered on there. So let's just do it 6mm, and then we'll go up until we're close. But it looks as though it would be up to me how much stuff fits on there. That's pretty good. And I can just use the maker beam, or use the 2020 rail. Is that a millimeter? Yeah, there's a little bit of space in there. I'm just doing this for the size, just to see how big it needs to be. So there needs to be a cabinet that big on the end of the desk, and then the rest of it is free foot area. Or I put it on the other side, and that kicks the dog inwards a little bit more, though. Maybe I keep it like this just for the dog. And then I've got space for the mixer and all of my other accoutrements on the right side of the desk for the 19-inch rack panel. And I can use that 19-inch rack drawer that Julian brought me the other day. And I can have my computer in there and a bunch of other stuff. I can free up my desktop finally, because my desktop is a piece of shit. It sucks. And maybe someday we can make a little side desk to make it into an L. But I guess I'm okay with leaving this exposed, because in this area I could potentially figure out some kind of a door that would close over the front of this. But for now, I just leave it open. For now, just leave it open and work with it from there. So that means that we need another post, another set of posts that comes in and meets up with this stuff. Does it need to be thick? Do I put the desk on 6 wheels or 4 wheels, and then I have kind of a floating drawer type 19-inch rack thing going on the side? That's going to be for me to decide next time we work on this, which is not going to be the next stream. The next stream, I believe, is probably going to be on Tuesday. The marathon of streams is kind of getting to me in my sleep schedule, and I need to be a good little boy for a blood test on Monday. So I'm going to be watching my glucose levels and stuff like that. Streaming might help distract me away from things, but I just don't want the stress. So I'm not going to stream this weekend. We will be back on Tuesday. I haven't done any of my end commands, so I need to set that up. I've moved to Blue Sky about 2 days before everyone else started moving over. Everybody's moving from Twitter to Blue Sky. The original reason that I got Twitter in the first place was just simply because it was an easy app to have on your phone, and you could yeet a tweet or whatever and tell everybody what you're doing. But it's kind of moved into kind of a toxic space. There used to be a lot of makers on Twitter, and I would see all of their cool projects, and I'd be, wow, that's a really cool thing. You know, like Emily Villanesco. There was a lot of other people that did a lot of cool stuff. And then I suddenly discovered that all of the hardware people are moving over to Blue Sky, and they have an easy way to kind of follow hundreds of channels all at once. And so I got on one of those lists. And if you want access to that list, take a look at my profile, and you just simply scroll all the way to the bottom. I don't have that many skeets. They call them skeets. Did you guys know that Blue Sky posts are called skeets? Anyway, here's the end card with all the information. I'm going to be back on Tuesday, and you guys can check me out then. We'll be in the same spots. The YouTube channel continues to be sort of more or less an archive of streams. I know a lot of people don't look at the live tab, but that's where all my stuff is. That's where all my videos are. Hopefully the Autodesk folks will find it there too and give me a little check mark so that I can keep my software, because I'm certainly going to need it. We're going to need it in order to finish off a lot of the details on the desk. We're not doing a comprehensive 3D model. I'd rather just physically build it, but Kavorka, you don't have to, don't ruin the joke. Don't ruin the joke. You're ruining the joke. I don't need people to define everything that okay. All right. I'm out of here. This is, I will catch you guys on Tuesday. Here's all the links you need. You can click them if you're on Twitch, and I'll be back soon. Is anyone else out there? Let's see. Twitch, TVO Bother, and let's see who comes up in the side panel here. Got the usual suspects. Who's down here? Dex Bonus is doing stuff. Why can't I extend this? I need to pull it out and see the whole thing. Show me the whole thing. Yeah, there it is. Flop that thing out. No, it's only the big popular streamers. Garrick Durock is on, but I don't know if he's doing electronics embedded dies and DOS. So it's probably in another language. Yeah, don't ruin the joke. The joke is that I made a sour face for a term that's you can figure it out. We don't censor ourselves here. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of streamers going on, but it's all like the larger people that I subscribe to. Garrick Durock is, if you guys know whatever language they're speaking, it might be German, it might be Finnish. No, I'm not sure. I don't remember, but Garrick Durock is really cool. He's contacted me before, just to be like, hello, fellow electronics and embedded streamer. So, but anyway, I'm not going to do shouts or raids or anything like that. I will be back on Tuesday. You guys get the end card again, this time without a joke being destroyed. Oh no, it already got kind of destroyed. There we go. So those are the links. You follow them, you find me, or I'll find you. Oops. Well, that popped us out of it. I was going to cut and paste the Autodesk ad into the technical issues, but joke ruined. I'll talk to you guys later.